Hello! Greetings! It is day 3! Azalea is here! He's always been here, but now he's like actually like here. He's probably gonna be quiet. Bob, thank you for the resub. I did see that pop in as I was getting things started up. I really need to start like trying to get into the queues in like the morning because it took me like 2 hours to get in again. Anyway. We got a good hustle. Kate's apparently coming up on the final dungeon already. So she's very excitedly watching everybody else who's catching up. And we are back in Garlemald again, the same place we were yesterday when we started, but much and more has occurred in the time since we were here last. Time to start talking to people, I guess. We have to return with the news of what went down. It's good to see you all again. No worse for your lunar adventure, I hope. We've done what we can for now, and believe me, we intend to tell you all about it. But before we do, might you tell us what's become of Garlemald in our absence? We succeeded in subduing the Tempered inside the Tower of Babel. We took many alive, but combined with those who are already in our custody, the number requiring care has grown exponentially. The inclement conditions here have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them all here, and so we have petitioned the aid of the allied nations. Some are, understandably, hesitant to proffer assistance, particularly those that were but recently subject to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for treatment. Surprising. With the assistance of your fellow scions, we endeavor to see them safely transported and subsequently cured of their tempering. Will all the tempered be relocated? Not all, no. We have sufficient shelter to attend to those whose treatment has begun, and enough healers have volunteered to remain until their patients have recovered. Ulysses is one such patient, though he is not yet fit to receive visitors. Truth be told, it was a miracle he and those in his company were not harmed in the chaos. If not for Alphino and Alize's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would be with us today. For them. Speaking of which, where are they? In light of recent developments, have the Alliance leaders come to any decisions regarding Garlemald? Given the tremendous ramifications of what has happened here, it will take time to determine what must be done. In the meantime, they intend to work with the Eastern Alliance to keep a close watch over the provinces. We have other news to share. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received reports that each and every tower had vanished. For mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as that you experienced in Thavnir. Those who are trapped within them have been rescued and are receiving treatment. To hasten this endeavor, the beast tribes have begun, or received, instruction in the magics needed to cure tempering. Master Matoya is no doubt thrilled the Mother Porksy affords her so many visitors. Yeah, she's probably having a wonderful time with that. Yes, we are grateful for her ongoing efforts as well as those of our comrades near and far. As for the contingent, several of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after the transfer of Tempered has been completed. Lucia and I will remain, along with a small force, to continue offering aid to those here in Garlemald. The Empire may be no more, but there are yet those who call these lands home. I believe that accounts for recent events here. So, what of the moon and the Telophoroi? Oh boy, well, that's a much more wild story. So, we killed Zodiac. That's about all you— There's a spaceship, there's bunnies, they're very cute. The final days. Gods, I prayed your victory would mark the end of our troubles. There is still much we do not know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Would you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course. I will send word forthwith. We'll also release your fellow scions from their present duties, that they may return to Sharlayan. Your energies are better spent finding a means to avert the coming apocalypse. Speaking of your fellow scions, you'll be happy to hear that Mistress Kryle, though still on the mend, has been moved to the Baldessian Annex and given into Tataru's care. Thank you. I look forward to seeing them both upon our return. I forgot that Tataru went to Sharlayan. Let us be on our way then. One last thing, if I may. After your confrontation with Zodiarch, you said Xenos took his leave, and in all likelihood he has returned here to Garlemald. I have a mind to dispatch scouts to try and ascertain his whereabouts, but first wish to ask if you believe there is merit in doing so. I mean, no? He's not gonna bother anybody. Van Daniel was the one who was interested in hurting everybody else. Yeah, if they found him, they would not likely live to tell the tale. I suppose you're right. Dispatch good soldiers in pursuit of such a beast would be to send them to their deaths. Pray forget I entertained the notion. While on the subject of Xenos, the 10th Legion has made an official proclamation. They denounce the Crown Prince and condemn his role in the Empire's downfall. His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and its continued use serves only to hinder relations with foreign nations. For this reason, he has been declared as Xenos Viator Galvus, outcast and enemy of Garlemald. Ah, an edgy name, I see. And Daniel is no more, and now his own people turn against him. It seems he's not but his bloodlust to keep him company. I'm sure he's satisfied with that. He does not need people. Better that than an army to see it sated. At any rate, I will not keep you longer. I pray you safe passage back to Charlian. Findings will be relayed to the Alliance leaders word for word, and should we spy anything out of the ordinary here in Garlemald, all shall be informed. Once my countrymen have recovered, it falls to me to tell them what's become of Xenos and the Empire. I realize there is no kindness in withholding the truth, but it will wound them. And we're going back to... I wonder if the tower looks any different. Nope. Okay, well, we're done here for now. Going back to Charlian finally, with armed with a lot of knowledge. Look, an ether current quest. I assume, or maybe, actually no, that's not an ether current quest. We're in a city. Come on. That's hunt board stuff. Gleaner. Different name here. Carolyn, I've heard a great deal about your recent exploits, as has everyone else. That's why I feel confident recommending you for associate level hunts. The challenges you face from here on out will be tougher to contend with, but I wager you can handle them. Yet to give you reason to believe otherwise. Associate specimens are not only more threatening, but also more difficult to track down. You'll have to seek them out in the world's most inaccessible and inhospitable reaches, like bloody Garlemald. Gods, I hate that place. Now, if Ilsebard's unfriendly north was our only problem, I'd simply remind you to strap on your furs and take some ale for the road, but, well, perhaps it's best if you ask Blackshy what she's working on. I quite like hearing it straight from the Chocobo's mouth. Here's them justifying going to the moon for things. Yes, I heard from here. If Northoda exists, I will tell you precisely what I'm dealing with at the moment. Let's look at this request from Chrysiel, shall we? She's Charlian's sole xenobiologist. Ah, there we go. A self-proclaimed one, mind you, and it's her raison d'etre to prove that life exists upon stars other than our own. The astronomers have long since banned her from their meetings and refuse any request she makes on principle, but alas, we have no such luxury. She's been demanding samples from the moon for some time now, despite the obvious impossibility of acquiring them. Associate hunts often present such challenges, ones with no ready solution, though we gleaners pride ourselves on our resourcefulness. All we can do in such cases is post them on the board and hope for a miracle. Try telling that to the clients, though. In any case, I'd be thankful if you take a look at the board and try your hand at any bills that suit you. The guildship has high hopes for your success. No pressure, of course. There's their justification for moon-based hunts. 89, okay. I really don't care about lower tier. Like, the only hunt things that I'm really interested in are the A ranks. Which we'll get to. I don't usually do lower tier hunt marks. Been a hot minute since we've been back here. So good to see you and free from chillblains, I take it. I'd be pleased to know everything's been kept in order since you've been away. I've even brought a few useful knickknacks with me back home. But no sooner had they arrived than I received word of Kryl in poor health and you on the moon. You meant to give me a fright, you succeeded. Welcome back, Carolyn. We were so terribly worried about you. Though it is plain I have caused my own fair share of worry, and for that I apologize. Eidolon called to me that day when you entered the Tower of Babel. Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered, my body flowing through the life stream toward Garlemald. When I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of ether. So exhausted, in fact, I could only laugh, for it was in that moment I understood Raha's wariness from the Tower of Zot. Would that I could laugh at a time like this. Though we prevented Zodiark from being unleashed upon the world, I'm curious to know what else took place there on the moon. A lot. Ah, perhaps we should wait for the others to join us before you give your account. Let us reconvene in the main hall once they've arrived. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Probably not. Maybe? Who knows at this point? Let's go. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Not at all. We understand you've been quite busy. Will Urianger be joining us? Oh yeah, right, we left him on the moon. Duty keeps him away, I'm afraid, though Carolyn can explain why better than I. Yeah, he's on the moon, talking to somebody. Without the full explanation, it sounds so silly. Final days, as befell Amarot. And we are to escape via the moon? What of the source and its reflections? I've no intention of standing by while the world falls to ruin. So, how do we stop this? Unfortunately, we have no answers at present. The celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the case in the time of Amarot. The solution would be to alter the flow of ether throughout the entirety of the star. The ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodiark, sacrificing half the star's population in the doing. But it should go without saying that such a sacrifice cannot be repeated. Which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days, a feat which even the Amarotines could not accomplish. Unfortunately, we found no clues in Mare Lamentorum. So much we do not know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. Yeah, I would like to know the sound. I have been saying this for a hot minute, that I want to know what the sound is that started it all. I thought it came from space, but it came from the planet, so very interesting. Final days were marked by the corruption of the Amaratine's creation magics, but we command no such power, which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us? If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past, and thereby form some semblance of a plan. Perhaps we should start with the Forum, then. Having worked with the Loperates in secret all this time, there is surely more they can tell us. Forgive the interruption, but I've urgent news. The Forum is holding a public assembly in the plaza outside, some sort of announcement. Yeah, what is Father up to now? Yeah, now that they know, they're probably gonna have to announce this now, because the Loperates are probably freaking out. Time to tell their grand plan. Oh, that's some good ominous music. We're off to a good start.
Order! Order, I say! I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Charlium, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens. So we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Telophoroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The End-Bearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Like where? I'm waiting for them to... We can't discreetly talk to them now with them doing this.
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Oh, now they can talk about it.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his impressive contributions, and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation.
I feel like they're so committed to this plan that they are not going to let us try and save the planet. Like, they're just gonna go and, like, gun it as best as possible, to the extent that they're willing to leave everybody else behind.
The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
They seem to be taking this pretty well, honestly.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
They're taking this very well, honestly. I would have expected people to be, like, calling them out, but they're just rolling, like, okay.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
Assuming he will talk to you, but maybe he will now that you actually know what's going on. Take your time. To beat some heads, I will.
Thank you. I shan't be long.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, Those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Still being rude, huh?
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Charlian, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures, and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence.
Hey, quote his dad's words back at him, yeah.
This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Well, I mean, it's probably the best response you're gonna get from him.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action, and there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? Having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Shall we then? To the Annex, to prepare for tomorrow.
Man, we're only halfway through this story. Barely. We're on the near side of halfway done. This is 84. Oh. Jeez. And the way Shadowbringers went, like, the biggest story revelations and, like, probably 50% of the most relevant stuff to Shadowbringer's story takes place in 89 or 79 to 80. So, like, who knows how much there actually is to go through still. And even if it's not a lot of content, there's, which it probably will be, there's still a lot of story. A lot of big revelations we can still go through. Looking ahead, I have zero idea what the... Yeah! There's so much going, like... They've been talking about... Yeah, there are a lot of different etherite models and stuff. They're all in very different regions too, so I'm glad that they look different. We know that there's, like, life on other planets in this game's universe as well. Like, dragons came from a different planet because their planet was at war with another planet and lost, and Midgard-Sormer grabbed a couple of eggs and took off here, and so all dragons are aliens. one of the robots that was attacking them followed Midgardstormer here. That's Omega. Couldn't find him, fell asleep, got found by the Alligans, and was the inspiration for all of the Alligans technology. So like all of the Magitech, Garlean Magitech is based on Alligan technology, so like every piece of technology you see is also based on alien tech. Like, there's a lot of like, plus you also got to consider the fact that like this planet is reflected like 14 times. A lot of those ones are gone now because of the rejoinings. I think there's like 7 times that it's been rejoined, so that leaves what, 6? 5 or 6 left? And those are all basically their own planets too. Like after a certain point the timelines diverge and they all develop differently. Shadowbringers was us going to one of them. But there's so much going on here. Prowl tells me the Forum made a rather momentous announcement, so there's to be a great exodus, is there? I'm reminded of my narrow escape from the Isle of Val. The realization, the running, the mixture of relief and regret after. Why me, I asked myself. Why me? Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use fretting over the cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here, and we'll get through this together. And who knows, maybe my luck will rub off and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as much. Oh, but enough of my rambling. I'm sure you're exhausted. Your chamber awaits. Visitor has come knocking at your door. Whoever could it be? Ooh, I love these options. I love these. Okay. This. Oh, I'm glad they're doing this again. They did this with the role quest NPCs. Depending on who you pick, a different person will come in and they have their own dialogue. Who shall it be? I feel like Graha. I will check the other ones later, but for now, Graha. The other option would have been Alice, but I feel like she would have come with Alphino. Hey,
oh, apologies. I didn't mean to. If you could spare a moment before bed.
Aww.
Thank you. I fear this may be the last quiet night we have to talk for quite some time. I am troubled of late. Unwarranted concerns, perhaps. I hope. Nevertheless, I feel compelled to share them with you. Though you have bested your enemies thus far, Xenos and even Zodiac, your victories have come at a considerable cost to yourself. No one is without their limits, and you are no exception. I worry the added weight of the final days will prove more than you can bear. It is surely too much for any one woman.
And you've seen firsthand what kind of stuff I can deal with. I think we'll be fine.
But you needn't bear it alone. Let me share your burden.
Oh.
My, carrying capacity pales in comparison to yours, but I could still help. Shoulder the occasional satchel from your ever-growing mountain of Baggage. You have already done so much to help relieve me of mine own encumbrances. 'Tis only fair that I repay you in kind. Of course, it needn't be only troubles we share. Moments of joy may seem few and far between now, but there will come a time when we look back fondly on this journey. The inquiry at the Forum, our march through the snows of Garlemald, our impromptu dinner in this very room. All of it.
I'm already looking back fondly on that. That was very cute.
And that is to say nothing of the journeys yet to come. To the ends of the world and beyond. But tomorrow will be no less busy than today, and I've kept you from your rest long enough. Sleep well, my friend.
It's so cute. That's so cute. I'm satisfied with that choice. That was cute. I imagine everyone says something approximately similar, just with their own flair. Basically like, I realize you're under a lot of pressure. If you need a shoulder to lean on, I'm here because you've helped me so much. Just with their own spin on it. Anyway, a short while earlier in the Alamegan Quarter. Red Mage! Was that Sarun?
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsebar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum too. But is it true they brought back tempered Garlean soldiers?
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. They're to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Oh, is that... Wait, who is that? Is that Euless? That doesn't look good. Uh-oh. Meanwhile in Ishgard... Oh, you're gonna show me bad things happening in all the city-states, huh? Oh, Erinville. Hey, what you doing, buddy? Please... Sid! 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 I saw Sid!
Another commission of paramount importance.
Sorry, Erinville, you've been overwritten because I saw Sid and Real in the background. Those are the Dark Knight NPCs. Ah, they're finally here.
Well, what have we here?
Oh, that's not great.
Hey, are you all right?
He tells me no. Okay, bye. Uh-oh.
Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more.
Small sliver of dancer lore creeping in to my brain. The Dance of the Dead, that dumb plot that it had. It can't be that, but like that's what it reminds me of.
The towers are gone. and the Garlean threat is abated. And yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Oh, because it is. Don't you know it? We cannot see the moon, but I'm sure it would be in the shot if it wasn't cloudy. Okay. So two very different regions where they're being affected. Uh-oh. Oh, that doesn't look good. Uh-oh. Nice visual. But uh-oh. Higher. They're continuing to have the song lyrics in the achievement titles. Also, yeah, this is the stress music. So you know something bad's about to pop off here. Lighting way. It's cute. Okay. Happening out here that I can see. Okay. Well. Oh boy, we're officially on the 85s. We'll go ahead and update the stream title. Skies Aflame. That sounds fun. Oh, Carolyn, I was just about to call for you. I'm afraid we've received another call for assistance. This one comes from Radzatan. The others have assembled in the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them at once. So I assume... I'm pretty sure. Granted, I don't have a lot to go on for this, aside from the trailer. But I'm assuming Vritra is not going to spend the entire time, like, holed up in Radzatan. Like, he's going to pop out of there and fight. I wouldn't mind Tiamat popping in to help, too. He's, like, lying around doing stuff. Ah, there you are. Hello. Our worst fears have come to pass, but moments ago we received grim tidings from our contact in Radzatan. Vile beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after the next. What's more, they say the very sky burns above them. Fine. Good gods, are the final days already upon us? It would appear so. Sadly, that is all the information we have at present. No doubt the people of Radzatan are busy fighting for their lives. Then we must go at once. They need our help. Yeah. Agreed. Kryl, you'd best remain here with Tataru and gather what knowledge you can. You are in no condition for a long journey, Very well. Similar phenomena may have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it at once. Be safe out there. Let's first make for Yedlima. Let's prepare ourselves for what will lie ahead. Just a friendly reminder, we're level 85 in the MSQ and we still haven't been introduced to role quests. Like, hello? Anyway. Glad for Kryl's support. I'll also call upon Hori Boulder and the others to assist us. They will be our eyes and ears in the field, as they have been many times before. No similar creatures have been sighted here in Charlian. That said, the early signs may manifest in other regions ere long. Must be prepared for every eventuality. Fall of the tower in Thavnir, the Banish were beginning to enjoy a semblance of peace, and now peace. We do not wield the creation magics that the ancients did, yet still these abominations appear. Whatever could be the cause? Good question. I'd rather accompany you to Thavnir, but Raha's concerns are well founded. The last thing I would want is to be a burden. So I will remain here with Tataru and do all I can to gather knowledge. It might serve us in the battle to come. Godspeed in your journey. This calamity has indeed come to Thavnir. It's all too likely that Corvos, across the strait, finds itself in a similar predicament. Even now, it remains an imperial province, and as such, it may be some time until we can ascertain the situation. We can only hope that Kryl and Tatari will be able to provide us with some insights. In ancient times, the phenomenon was first observed in places where the celestial currents had grown weakest. It would seem there is a stagnancy of ether in the skies above Radzat-Han, unbeknownst even to Might of Vritra is not enough to hold these fiends at bay. Radzat-Han is in dire straits indeed. Must go at once. I feel like Tiamat's probably... Tiamat would probably end up there too. If she's going around fighting the Telophoroi and stuff.
And lo, vile beasts did rise.
Ooh. You're quoting the Amarot stuff. Leaving not in their wake but blood and ash.
Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash.
I used that quote in my countdown. I'm so happy that it's appropriate.
Scorches earth and boils seas.
I hate those worms though.
And our sins ascend unto the heavens. 3 dooms to unmake all we were.
There are so many mouths on these things.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
To be perfectly honest, I'm surprised the aetherite still works. You'd think the ether currents would be just completely shreked. Listen to that music. Not like driving. Anyway.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out.
Ah.
Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzat-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends.
Fun!
Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The large one's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
Wait. So we have the Tower of Zot here, but I'm pretty sure there's another dungeon here too. That means we get 2 dungeons on this map in the MSQ. That's pretty cool.
And what of Vritra?
Yeah, what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people.
Oof.
I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlin.
You going right into the dungeon?
They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
Maybe it's not a dungeon, but like, it probably is a dungeon. I'm pretty sure I saw concept art for this being a dungeon.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
More people turning into monsters stuff. How fun. Really need to ponder that for a minute here. I'm waiting until I'm out of this cutscene. Okay, so here's the thing. Oh! Oh, listen to that bop! Hell yeah! Hold on, we're just gonna chill for a second. I know the world's, like, being destroyed, but this is a banger. Ooh, this is so good! Okay, so, while this is going, my theories that I'm going on with here. First of all, actually, first, before I get into anything too much, I would just like to state, okay, the weather is apocalypse, that's great. This is not the way that, if you're not familiar with how Final Fantasy has been doing its stuff since Shadowbringers, this is the same instance that any other person coming here would be. So people that came here earlier, people that are coming here after this, people here could very likely be in the same place. Like when I was here and going around trying to peddle fish, there would be people here doing that step too. Like they don't make a new instance just for this version, they just make it so that you specifically see the burned up sky. That's cool. Now from a story perspective, thinking for a second. So, Void Scent and Sin Eaters. We know that Void Scent are what happens when the ether in an area becomes too active. That is what happened in the 13th shard, the Void, what is now the Void, that was completely consumed by darkness, and all of the people in it turned into monsters with overactive ether, and would attempt to consume the ether of others that were not Void Scent, I guess, to an attempt to balance it out. In Shadowbringers, on first, we have a shard that was almost taken over by light, which is stasis and still ether. And the people there also turned into monsters that looked kind of similar to Void Scent, but not quite. They are Sin Eaters. They would also try and consume people that were not Sin Eaters to try and, I assume, balance out their ether. So knowing that we have Void Scent on the active side and Sin Eaters on the passive or like still side, what's happening to these guys that they're turning into monsters? Like, these aren't Void Scent, these aren't Sin Eaters, this is something else entirely. Like, what is affecting them that they would end up like this? I'm sure they're going to address that, because they've been doing a very good job of addressing literally everything that I've been wondering about. So, I'm sure they'll show us or tell us eventually, but that's what I'm thinking about right now. Like, why? How? Anyway. Innocent souls twisted and reformed into unholy abominations. I thought I had seen the last of such nightmares with the Sin Eaters. We must act quickly, Carolyn. Every moment we tarry means another soul may be lost to this nightmare. Usually the most dangerous foe in a worm's domain is the worm themselves. If I were Vritra, I would be as offended as I am horrified. We shall survey the environs closely as we go about our search. There may be some clue as to how we can combat this phenomenon. If it's true that the people themselves have transformed into beasts, why even the Radiant Host could suffer the same fate, or us, perish the thought. Don't worry, no matter how grim things might get, I won't lose heart. I'm ready whenever you need. The beasts are not born of creation magics run amok, but are rather the altered forms of the people themselves. In that sense, this manifestation of the final days differs from that which we witnessed in Amarant. And for the worse, I dare say. If any man, woman, or child could become a beast at any moment, there is no telling whence the next threat might come. We must exercise extreme caution. Maybe it's just they have the same ether, but it's just twisting? Make a lot of sense, but everyone has assembled, yes? Thank you for lending us your aid in our battle against the blasphemy. Let us review our plan of attack. I would have you board this boat and circle around to the north side of the island. There you will find a dense jungle we call Vanaspati. It is a sacred wood, home to many temples and a number of villages. Ritra and the Radiant Host have gone there ahead of us. I ask that you join them and do all in your power to destroy this blasphemy. Mr. Snarkasoja chilling over there. Oh, there we go. Vanaspati, now accessible. Yeah, we are going right into the dungeon. We're not even in the second half of the map yet. This is wild. Is that thunder? Anyway. Talk to them again and see if they say anything different. No. Okay, cool. Actually, let me talk to them one more time. What do you say? Pray we are not too late to spare the settlements within Vanaspati the fate that has befallen our city. Once we meet with Ritra and the Radiant Host, they should be able to tell us more of the present situation. This is cool! Okay, I really like this. This is the first time they've done this, I think. So we don't have access to the second half of the map yet, but we will be going there through a dungeon first, and then when the dungeon's done, we'll probably be released out into the second half of the map. That's an interesting choice, and I really like that. Okay, who's coming with? We don't have Urianger anymore, because he is gone. So...
I stand ever ready.
Let's give it our all.
Victory will be ours!
I'm sorry, Estinian. Your novelty has worn off. We're back to the regular crew. Caster crew. Let's go. So the gear from this dungeon should be better than what I'm wearing right now, since the stuff from the last dungeon was the same as what I was wearing. Which means I'm probably gonna get, you know, smacked around a lot, so I'm gonna be careful with my bullets. This music slaps. God, I hate those worm things so much. They're so freaky. I didn't actually read the description. How very Holminster switch of you. It's a little spicier than Holminster. Let me just check this real quick. I forgot to actually check the duty description. Skies over Thavnir are aflame and panic spreads through the populace like wildfire. One by one, civilians are twisted into grotesque fiends, hell spent on slaughtering everything in sight. The deadliest of these creatures leads its newly spawned kin through the jungle towards a number of smaller settlements, and as such, Ahewan has dispatched his Radiant Host to forestall the carnage. Though Ritra Troop 2 lends his strength to the cause, even that may prove insufficient, and thus do the Scions enter the fray. Okay. Damn. Okay, let's go. Whoa! Look at that! It's Ritra, but like, damn, I didn't freaking know what I was looking at for a second. Oh, they have turned into monsters. All too reminiscent of Sin Eaters. A little faster than Sin Eaters, though. Ooh, a little bit of lag.
Allow me.
Hey, Vritra. Being
My
chomped.
friends, heed me. These are children of Stavner. Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
Aww.
Gloves are off.
The thing too, just thinking back to Shadowbringers in relation to what you were saying there, Azara, is we did have a bit of a structure
I have you now.
going into it, like, you know, kill the Light Wardens in each of the regions. We don't have that structure with this, so it's hard to predict where the story is going, and also means that each individual dungeon can be wildly different from the previous one. Like, aside from the, like, tower stuff, the rest of these dungeons, no clue what they're gonna be. Ooh, I love lag. So, Retro is just sitting here letting himself...
If this is the only way,
Unfortunately it is, yes. Going? Let's go. You gonna follow me?
I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
Are there ones in the air? Thanks. Okay. Oh my god, there's so much fire. Oh, they're terminus creatures.
You underestimate me.
Allow me. There.
Surely we're getting up to a boss soon. Oh! Cool. My god, is it ever on fire? Ooh. Ow. I keep forgetting that range skills don't break combo anymore. I keep like going, oh no, I can't do anything, but I can. Oh, I'm so excited. I need to remember that more. We're still not at a boss. Surely this is a... Hello? Something big thumped over there. Surely this is a boss. Oh yeah, this is a boss here. Hello? It's just a guy. For now. It's too late for us all. Big. Oh, aren't you fun looking? Ooh, what a look. Okay, let's go. Look at all those mouths. Note of despair. AoE. Okay. Mouth off. Huh? Oh, I hate- thanks! I absolutely hate that. Whoop! Cool. That was hideous. That was atrocious, but very gross looking. But what? That's so cool. Such pain. So we need to go to the one that isn't talking. That's so gross. I love it, but oh my god. Ew. It's an AoE again. Lost hope. Oh, I hate this mechanic. Oh, it's just- I thought there was gonna be another mechanic. Yeah, the like weird like flat 2D just makes it even weirder. It's so weird.
You underestimate me.
I hate the spinny hand stuff, by the way. That's like my least... Like, I understand how it works, but it's like my least favorite mechanic to deal with. What is left? I see. I will say, though, these dungeons have been really, really cool. Hello? You're not gonna move? I see. The nerve. Like, all of these dungeons have been really exciting compared to, like... Well, they're all good, but, like, you know, some of them hit harder than others. All of these have been good. Okay. So in case you're not sure of what the spinny hand bullshit is, as I call it, it's basically set up is that once you start moving, like, the hand points in the direction you're gonna move, and once it spins until you start moving, and then once you start moving, it locks, like, the hand stops spinning and you just move in that direction. So I don't touch the keyboard at all. I right, because when you hold down right and left mouse, you move. So I hold down the right mouse button, and once the hand is moving, is pointing in the direction I want to go, I hold down left click so that I start moving in that direction. It took me so long to figure out how to do that. It was really bad. Alaka Boots of Aiming. Oh god, my inventory. Okay. Well, those are kind of cute. Okay, let's keep moving.
What is this vile presence I sense?
Hey, Breacha.
The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
Burning buildings. Oh. Wow. It's just really cool looking. Look at all the fire. So I think I know what the last boss of this is gonna be. Based on concept art they showed. They didn't show actual like pictures of this dungeon, but they showed concept art of like a temple with like a big statue thing. And I think that statue is actually gonna be... Uh-oh. You guys okay? Oh no. No, don't kill the children. Run. Run! Oh no, they're all gonna turn into monsters. Oh. The whole family. No. I think the thing that I thought was a statue is not in fact a statue and is one of these monsters. Not this monster, but you know.
Allow me.
The story is setting us up to have one of our allies, or more of our allies, turn into one of these things. Prepare for that eventuality, because that's going to be fun. Oh look, a treasure coffer. Actually, I wonder, does this look like the, oh, not yet. See, it's like the old traditional treasure coffers now. 2 slots remain in your inventory. Oh god, oh geez, oh man. I know these guys were kind of annoying in Emerald, so I don't want to pull a whole bunch of them.
Allow me.
You underestimate me!
Oh look, bending earrings. Just gonna clean my inventory while I do this. Go in the armory chest. I be able to tell what that looks like. 536. This earring is better than what I am currently wearing. Eye level wise. Stat wise. The crit's better on the one I'm wearing. So I don't think I'll change it. Otherwise, it's very close.
You underestimate me.
Before I proceed too far, I'm just gonna jam all these in my nicely cleaned out armory chest. Save me a bunch. Give me a quick second. I have it set so any new gear goes into my inventory first, which is all fine and dandy except when you're running leveling content and you get like a bajillion pieces of gear per thing. So like there's a lot going on here. So yeah, just cleaning this up really quick. Dump all these boxes into my one of my retainers after, just to hold on to for later. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, let's go. Second boss. It has a trunk on its tail. You don't sense any ether? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, look, it has a trunk on its tail. Meaningless destruction. Okay. Huh? Unholy water. Ether siphon. What are we doing? Ether spray. Oh. So should we be away from the one that's getting bigger? Probably. Buster. Oh. I'll go in the bubbles. That's fun. You now. Haven't had one of those mechanics for a while. Is the arena gonna get smaller? Wow, look at that. At least they didn't get the LB for once. Okay. So we don't want to get pushed in. Poison. Oh! Okay, yeah. It wasn't just that the trunk is a tail. Look at it from the back. Hold on. Look at it. its entire back is the head of... Its entire back is the head of a Batanga. Ow. That's cool. Huh. Okay, what gear did I get from this one? Striking pants. What do they look like? Ugly! But stat-wise, good, so... I mean, I'd be keeping them anyway, but still. Let's keep moving. Zone transition. See Reacher for ooh. Now we can see them up in the sky. See all the little squigglies flying around? Okay. Ooh. That thing! That statue! I don't think that's a statue. I think that's gonna come alive and that's what we're fighting. Maybe. Oh my god, look at that view. Wow. Okay. No single target Fellcleave is better. Like, I know Fellcleave is a better use than Decimate, but like, trusts don't AoE. So like, if you want the job done, you gotta do what you sell. They got great single target damage, but they really leave something to be desired for AoE. Why they're faster at bosses, but slower at trash than real people. Ooh. Ooh. There's a treasure coffer here. Ooh, more vending stuff. Let's just do this while I check that out. Better crit. Better everything. Put that on. Take this here. I'll manually put it on later. Is this a path? What? Cool. We're absolutely fighting that giant statue. Oh, I'm so excited for that. Surely there's something more before the final boss. Oh, I'm lagging. Okay, we're good. We're back. We're back.
Allow me. There.
Yeah, there we go. Really big fan of the dungeon bosses being just big ass things. I feel like the quintessential Final Fantasy boss is just a big ass monster of some kind, like hanging off the side of an arena. Like Anima Dungeon, that was awesome. That was, even though I'm grumpy about Anima's presentation in the story, that was a really good fight. Looked and felt like a trial boss inside of a dungeon, which was pretty cool.
I will not hold back.
I should use my pods. Oh, we're just going for it. Okay. Oh, come on. I know this thing's moving. I know this thing's moving. Come on. Oh, am I just fighting a giant worm? That's sad. I want to fight the big statue. Oh. Fine. Lame. I hate these worm things. He got hair in one of his mouths. Gross. How big is he? He's not even that big. Actually, they showed this guy in the benchmark. I remember complaining about them being able to fly, because I hate these things. They're really freaky looking. Okay, it's a pretty good size. Flames of Decay. Ethereal what? Okay. Yeah, there was like a ring that was like glowing on my screen. Blue triangle. So blue's exploding, so stay away. Yeah, okay. Cool. Lagging a little bit. Yeah. Okay. This isn't too bad so far. Oh. Oh. Hey! Come back! I just hit Infuriate. Where's he going? What are you doing? I don't like that. What are you doing over there? Okay. Ooh. Okay, so this is kind of like the, it's kind of like the trial. Is this gonna be like... Okay. Huh. Gonna be like a recurring gimmick in Endwalker, I guess? God, which side is it? This one.
Allow me, allow me.
Ooh, new pattern. That's exciting. Alright. Alice, hey! Okay, we're fine. Get him. Huh? There was like a circle on the ground. Gross. Ew. I'm actually gonna be able to like G-pose in front of a creature this time. Yay! It's gross. What's the gang gotta say? Creature is close. How is it? Cool. I'll pose right here. And and the selfie just save us from horrible fate. What is it? Air quotes. Huh? God, that one's always a dumb one. Okay. Open the chest. Jacket. What's it look like? Okay, that's cute. So it's kind of like it's the one that everybody's been wearing. Makes sense. Okay. And penis weapon. Got the weapon. Ooh. That can't be better than what I'm using, though. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not gonna be better than a relic for a hot minute. Looks nice, though. Still keeping this ring out, because I'm gonna put that ring on later. Now, we're gonna go. Talk. Don't like that.
As I feared.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here. nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well.
Hmm?
There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Well, that explains what I was just wondering about earlier.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhaps so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
Oof.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
Like, what's happening? Where is it going? Because, like, you know, creation of cannot be created or destroyed situation, so, like, where's it going? It can't just be vanishing, it has to be going somewhere. Hey, what's up? That's bad news about your people.
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe. You put your secret at risk. Those closest to me already know the truth. The truth I must now share with one and all.
The ones that are left, more like.
Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos.
As if there's not already confusion and chaos.
Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Take me with you.
Ah.
I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Did he say he was coming to help you? No, he just wants to go fight things. Let him go.
Justinian, here.
The last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you know.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Like he's not gonna take no for an answer. You're gonna have.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
In his first rodeo. Let's go.
Enough. Now, shall we?
I fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
Just thinking from like a gameplay perspective, when we were here the first time and we couldn't like drop off the side into like the jungle-y part, now when we do get kind of released back into Thavnir, I bet that entire side is just destroyed when we actually get to walk around in there. And that would explain why they were like weirdly specific about not letting us jump into it and stuff, because that was just temporary and you're never supposed to be on the like nice jungle side of it. It's neat. Everybody. All life must end in death, yet death in turn gives birth to new life. Such is the flow of ether. To think that natural cycle could simply be cut off, the very thought makes me shudder. For so long and so many sacrifices, we finally found a way to cure the tempered. These poor souls, they vanish without a trace. Is there truly no saving them? Palestinian and Breacher defend Rodzatan from above. We on the ground must find a means to prevent these transformations, and soon. Stillness in the air puts me ill at ease. We must be with. Worry not. I can see your ether and that of our companions. We have not suffered the fate of those unfortunate souls. Sending the guards away. Our radiant host has eliminated the immediate threat to the city, though it pains me to know those beasts were once my own people. There is no telling when or where the next transformation might occur. We must remain vigilant and steel ourselves for whatever is yet to come. Forgive me, my friends, but I must return to Megaduta for the time being. There I can better manage this crisis and dispatch my troops as the situation is. In that case, we shall carry out an investigation of our own here in the city. Mayhap the residents can tell us more about the first of the transformations and the conditions under which it occurred. If we can ascertain what exactly triggered these tragic events, it may give us some insight into a possible. Time is of the essence. Let us split into 3 groups that we may cover more ground. Alize and I will see to Paxa's path. Thancred and Yushtola pray make for Dharma. Leave Artha, Graha, and you, Caroline. Gather on the first blasphemy. Manifestation of the final days here in the city will be most helpful. When we have completed our respective inquiries, let us reconvene in front of Meka. We might share what we've learned about the Sap Trap. We'll be off then. Artha is home to the High Crucible and alchemy. Alchemists forged many of our warding scales. It seems as good a place as any to begin our investigation, don't you? I spoke briefly with Nuadine, the chief alchemist there, on our last visit. I'd be happy to answer our queries. Provided he's still alive. But like, you know. There's just people chilling in the fountain, I see. Still can't attune to that either. I'm assuming that we still can't attune to it. I'm gonna try, but like I'm guessing it's not gonna happen. For a different reason. It is still disabled. Let's see. That person's attuning to it. Yep. Still disabled. Okay. I'm gonna dump some crap in my retainer. I don't really have a lot of space for stuff right now, because this is like just this box for now. Just fill all the empty spaces for the moment, and I'll sort them out properly after. This is the retainer that I actually put all my boxes on before, so let's just do this. Oh yeah. But I feel like it'd be... Oh, hot damn. Okay. Yeah, if people are, well, I don't know if people are actually buying them though, but if they are, that'd be great. Great way to flip stuff. Because I'm almost capped on gemstones again. Oh. A ring, right. Give me a sec here. Strength, bit, crit, dead. Strength. I could replace the, this one. I want to think about it right now. Too much thinking about optimization. If I replace the one that has tenacity in it, then I don't have to worry about having gear with tenacity, and it's probably better than replacing the one that has the same stats but just a couple of points higher. But then my melds are out and my skill speed is all screwy. I might not mess with my gear for a minute because my skill speed, if it's off, it really messes with me. Hello. Ah, I remember those red eyes. You were with those scions who commissioned the scales from us, yes? I welcome you back to the High Crucible. What brings you here in these troubling times? We are assisting the satrap in investigating the crisis that plagues the city. Happen to catch sight of any of the creatures? I did. As I was going about my work, I was disturbed by crashing footsteps so powerful that the very ground shook. I rushed outside and I could not believe what I beheld. The night sky was burning. Suddenly I heard panicked screams coming from the direction of Valshan Bazaar. In the next instant, a monstrous beast poked its head out from amidst the stalls. A handful of the Radiant rushed to the scene, only to be sent sprawling as the fiend and its minions propelled themselves skyward. So the blasphemy came from the vicinity of the markets. This knowledge may prove useful, and thank you for sharing your tale. Well, I do believe we now know where we should inquire next, to the bazaar. Technically, we haven't been in this direction. I have, because I was unfogging the map and getting the Aetherites, but... Style. So this is Thavnerian weave. I must say it bears a resemblance to the traditional fabrics of Corvos. Small wonder really, given that it's just across the water. Not that I am much of an expert in Corvosi culture, of course. I've not had the occasion to visit my ancestral home since coming to Charlian. Like as not, I will never reside there. That said, in recent days I felt more acutely aware of my heritage, and grateful for it. It's thanks to my forebears that I inherited the royal eye, and with the wisdom of ancient Allag. So, well, I simply hope that my countrymen are safe. One day, when this calamity is but a memory, I would like to see Corvos again. Only once. Forgive me, but my shop's closed until further notice. Needless to say, we have more pressing concerns these days. We have not come in search of wares, but in concerning the enormous fiend that tore through the bazaar. Did you perchance witness anything? Afraid not, my friend. I was here the whole time, so I only saw its little minions. Made a mess of the place, they did. While that was all going on, the great big one tore through the west side of the bazaar. You'd have better luck asking there. Something the matter, traveler? You are lost. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Your offer is most appreciated. We are not lost, but we are in need of information. Might you know anything about the gargantuan beast that rampaged through the bazaar? Aye, I saw it all, though I wish I had not. I was going about my work when all of a sudden a piercing scream cut through the air. I turned around, and there was the fiend, its massive body bursting through that entryway with the force of a tidal wave. And then it was gone as quickly as it came. Which entryway? Sisters, have mercy. What is happening to the world? What am I to do? Is nowhere safe? Settle down, friend. The danger has passed, at least for now. It's not too painful to remember. Could you tell us what you saw? First I heard the screams, then a horde of ravening beasts came charging towards us. One of them was huge, bigger than a Merid, throwing people around like rag dolls, and it was eating them. I hid under the counter, saw others do the same. The shrieking and wailing kept getting louder, more voices in the throng. Beasts or victims, I couldn't tell. I knew not what was happening. I still don't. That is enough, my good man. You were brave to share with us your tale. Many of your fellow merchants are safe. The High Crucible, too, has survived mostly unscathed. Pray stay close to your friends and loved ones. Rest your body and mind while you are able. I suspect that is the most we can expect here to tell us. Best we find a place outside the bazaar where we might rest and review our findings. It's eating them, and then it's going to eat me. Oh my god. No, seriously though. Oh, wrong direction. So, like, if it eats them... Where's the ether going? That's it. They went to a whole thing earlier when we were here talking about, you know, the differences between, like, corporeal ether and, like, freaking the flower thing from earlier. When they were talking about how it's reacting to, like, emotional energy or whatever. That has to be relevant to this somehow, but I haven't pieced it together yet. But, like, where is the, like, normal ether going? The stuff that, like, Y'shtola sees and stuff. Like, where is that going? It can't just be going away. Judging by their accounts, the transformation had already occurred by the time the beast reached the bazaar. It tore through the west side of the bazaar and headed towards the Aetherite Plaza. In other words, the blasphemy may have first appeared in this vicinity. That being the case, the people in that Mayhain can surely tell us more. Is this like the little dancing club area that I found? Well, as expected, there are no dancers here right now. Even after repairing all that damage, it'll take a while for business to pick up again. You mean the blasphemy? That's what the Radiant have been calling it anyway. I saw it too, we all did. I was standing here at the counter as Merid poured me a drink, when suddenly there came this dreadful sound, like a pained, angry groan. It was unlike anything I've ever heard. I turned around in shock, and from an ominous cloud of black mist rose the creature, enormous and ghastly to behold. As for what happened next, to recall it sent shivers up my spine. By some stroke of fortune, I was able to slip outside before the beast got its claws on me. But the sight that greeted me offered no solace. The blue sky above turned red as blood. Merid, myself, and the other survivors clung to each other for dear life until the Radiant host came to our aid. Wait, did I hear you correctly? The beast manifested before the sky began to burn? I'm certain of it. The windows here offer a clear view of the sky, and I saw nothing out of the ordinary. The beast appeared and began to rage. I don't know what that could mean, but interesting. Huh? Going after that enormous beast, are you? Aye, I saw it, including the very instant that poor bastard transformed. Damn the gods for putting me there. It started over there by the window. A few men, merchants probably, talking and drinking. Conversation must have taken a turn for the worse. Next thing I know, their leader, I suppose he was, buries his head in his hands, and black mist was swirling about him. Then his whole body bursts apart, and there stands a hideous slavering beast, massive and foul, all gaping maws and bulging eyes. His friends start shrieking, then the black mist comes again, until the change takes them too. Stuff of nightmares, I tell you. Nightmarish indeed. Incidentally, do you perchance know who those merchants were? No, I'm a decorator by trade, not much cause to mingle with their sort. Saw Melil the barmaid chatting with them though. She might know something. To the barmaid we go. Oh, hello there. Welcome to Merid's Mahane. What can we get you? We have not come for libations, but rather for information. You are Melil, yes? We are investigating the so-called blasphemy on the satrap's behalf. We hear it was one of your customers, a merchant, that first underwent the transformation. What can you tell us about him? He was something of a regular here, especially of late. Halsall! No! Oh! Crap! Here we go. That's... it's starting. We're starting to lose names that we recognize. Okay. Halsall was his name. He ran his own consortium dealing primarily in the exports of Thavnarian specialties. It's through him that we met Matzia. Yes, the name rings a bell. Didn't you meet them both on your first trip to Thavnir? If I recall correctly, Halsall ran a trading operation in Yedlamad, and it was there that you made Matzia's acquaintance. Yes, that is the same Halsall, no doubt. A rather successful man, from what I gather. That said, it was clear he had fallen on hard times of late. Those ghastly towers popping up everywhere cannot have been good for business. Even now, with the towers gone, the collapse of the Empire has led to all sorts of problems elsewhere. The market for luxuries is surely not what it once was. Trying times for the head of a trading consortium, indeed. Halsall was a compassionate man. Even as his own business suffered, he did what he could to provide for the artisans, fishermen, and many others who counted on him to sell their wares. Indeed, that was the very topic of yesterday's meeting, as far as I could hear. Yet as they discussed matters further, Halsall's tone grew grave and grim. It was then that... Forgive me, I would not have you recall the memory if it brings you pain. If I could, I would ask just one more thing. Did you notice anything unusual about Halsall in particular? Please, anything at all. Sorry, nothing springs to mind. Perhaps someone else can help you. Halsall lived for his work and had no family that I know of. His employees and associates knew him best, but they too are lost to us. Still, perhaps his neighbors know something I do not. I can direct you to them if you believe it would help. What do you say? I would just like to take a moment and say, I swear, if the dancer job quests from Shadowbringers end up being relevant to this, I'm gonna flip a table. Because this sounds like the Dance of the Dead. Whatever it was called. Totentense? Something like that. Maybe that was a good one. I don't know. It sounds like that. It really does. Like, and we're in Thavnair, so like, the weirdest, like, it was kind of a weak story, honestly. So like, if it's relevant, I'm like... Kalzal made his home in Kama, a nearby residential area. From what I gather, Kalzal lived there since childhood and was known throughout the neighborhood. Kama, the name is new to me. How do we get there? I bet it's on the destroyed half, isn't it? I'll write down some directions. Cannot promise that you'll find what you seek there, but if nothing else, it is a start. Come, let us see where this lead takes us. Ah. Like, they have mentioned dancer stuff earlier, just casually, somebody saying they were wanting to train under Nashmira or something, so it's got dancer stuff on my mind. Let's see, after leaving the Mahane, we're to retrace our steps and head back towards the Aetheryte Plaza. Oh, let's go. Was it up top? Kama! Ah, okay, yeah, that obscure corner that I said I don't see why there would be any reason to go up here unless there's like a story. Cool. Here we ascend the stairs. Ah, this must be huge, in which case we should take the path leading southeast. If we keep going this way, we should arrive in Kama before long. Walking these unfamiliar streets is quite the adventure, is it not? I can only hope we can explore Radzatan at our leisure once this crisis has passed. You better hope. I mean, eventually we're gonna get the good music. It's still playing the sad music right now, but like, it does have a Boppin theme once everything settles down. Unless they changed it, which I hope they did. We'll see. If. It'll be This must be Kama. We've arrived at last. Let us begin questioning the residents without delay. No doubt someone here can tell us more about Kalzal. In recent events, I imagine many are taking shelter indoors. Kalzal, you say? Yes, I've known him since he was a boy. If there was ever a man who was born to be a merchant, it was him. Always early to depart and late to return, he'd spend his days procuring the finest wares and seeking out willing customers. You could say it came to him as easily as breathing. Sadly, business was flagging of late. No surprise, really, what with how dangerous travel has become. He was cooped up in his house from dawn till dusk the other day, no doubt racking his brain for a way to turn his fortunes around. Then at night, I heard the door open. I looked out to see Kalzal sitting on a bench, his head hung low, a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. See, the situation must have been quite dire indeed. You notice anything else out of the ordinary? Nothing to speak of. Other than the troubles with his consortium, he was the same old Khalsal, cordial and honest, like always. These questions you were asking, did something happen to him? He wasn't caught up in that terrible incident at the bazaar, was he? I don't travel much these days, but my daughters told me not to venture outside. Stuck in here as I am, I've heard a little about these bazaar goings-on. Rest assured, the city is safe for now, but the situation may change without warning. I urge you, stay close to your daughter and be prepared to take refuge should the satrap order. Well, way to dodge the question, Graha. Not to make everything Dark Souls, but following? That's all I'm gonna say. It's a weak list, but like you only truly hollow when you lose your sense of purpose, is when you go like fully hollow, so I'm wondering if that has anything to do with it. Could you come back another time? I just woke up and I'm not exactly in the mood for idle chit-chat. Well, that's one way to avoid the panic, I suppose. Pardon our intrusion. You may not have noticed, but a great danger has come to Thabner. I encourage you to stay alert and prepare to flee the city should the situation turn dire. But before we leave you in peace, pray allow us to ask a question or two. Did you know a local merchant named Khalsal? If so, did you notice anything unusual about him recently? Khalsal? Hi, I know him. In fact, we spoke just the other day. Like many others, his business was doing poorly. Still, it seemed as though he'd managed to turn things around, thanks to a generous order from Ruvidoff Fibers. While he was practically dancing in the streets. I haven't spoken with him since, but I assume it all went well. Lina Baha might be able to tell you more, though. As I recall, he was the one who brokered the arrangement. Baha Beta Fibers. Sounds promising. Well then. Still trying to get the feel for how everything is connected here, so I'm not really using the rights for the moment. Ooh! Woohoo! Okay. I don't know if I can get back up here. I cannot. I have committed to falling down here. Okay. Worth it. Oh, hey, Guro's here. There isn't actually aetherite for the fiber place, so... Oh wait! Frick! I can't use the aetherite. Graha's here. I have to walk. Okay. We're getting somewhere with this. Don't know where, but somewhere. Hello, person. Hurry, I say, there's no time to waste. Pardon me, but you are in charge of buying and selling here, yes? We have a few questions that we'd like to... I'm sorry, but I simply don't have time to chat. If you haven't noticed, we have our hands full at the moment. We must carry all our wares and equipment to safety before those accursed beasts return. In that case, might we be of assistance? Perhaps we could speak when the job is done. Very well. You could start by helping us move our equipment. Ask the others what to put where. You can carry our fabrics. Go through through that door and speak with Kamala. She'll tell you the rest. Remember, these textiles are our livelihood. Handle them with care. This dude just get a box. This area is for employees only. Out, out. I was sent here by what's-his-face. What's that? You've come to help? Oh, praise be to Mindaruva. Kind stranger, I welcome your assistance. On your way here, you pass 3 storehouses, yes? I'd like you to carry that small crate to Nabrafal by the storehouse near the hatchery. Crate of clothing is for Manuha, and that massive crate there goes to Zamira by the middle storehouse. Watch your back with that one. Those are all the crates we have ready. Once they've been delivered, consider your work here complete. Boy, a limited time. Okay, so the light crate is going to or something. Did I pass 3 storehouses? Apparently I did. Here you go, bud. Alright, is it? Then you've come to the right place. We thank you for your aid. Oh god. It was okay, it's a timer per crate. That's not bad. God, fragile delivery would suck. If you have any crates of finished products such as carpets, clothing, and the like, pray bring them here to our primary storehouse. Crate full of clothing, is it? I can take that off your hands. Many thanks for the delivery. Ooh, even have like heavy debuff. I say, you're quite the brawny one, aren't you? Good thing that. Never know when you'll need to defend yourself in these unpredictable times. Crate full of fabrics, is it? Exactly what I was hoping to receive. Here, let me put that away for you. Carried all the crates to the storehouses, you say? And so quickly, too. Why, I've never seen anyone so strong. I and my associates will see to the rest, so please return to Jimbaha and assure him our work is proceeding apace. To tell the truth, we're grateful for this distraction. Too many terrible happenings of late. But generous souls like yourself give me hope that we may emerge from this trial even stronger. Pray we meet again in more peaceful times. Huh? Done as I asked, have you? Mm-hmm. If Kamala is satisfied with your work, then so am I. You have done us a great favor, traveler. I too have delivered the instruments and apparatus entrusted to me. You both have my thanks. With our wares safely stored away, we'll not lose any more to those fiends. I take it that your establishment did not escape the attack unscathed. We did not. Thankfully, most of our workers had already left for them. Those of us still here saw it all. We looked to the burning skies in confusion, and then, before we could even begin to make sense of it, a hideous creature burst through the doors, shrieking. We ran for our lives, but one of my colleagues was not so fortunate. He cried out, a scream of such agony, such terror, and in the next instant, he too sprouted fearsome claws. The sight of it caused another fellow to panic, and then he too transformed. Does have to do with that emotionally other stuff, doesn't it? Doesn't it? It's like chain reaction. I'm sorry, was there something you wanted to ask? Indeed. You knew the merchant Kalzal, did you not? I believe he had some dealings with your establishment. Kalzal? I know him well. We'd arranged for his consortium to deliver a large shipment of fabrics, but in the end we received a better offer and had to turn him down. I understand his business is struggling, but so is ours. Another of our most reliable trading partners agreed to transport the goods for a much smaller commission, and we'd have been fools to refuse. I felt terrible for withdrawing the offer. But you must understand, we simply had no choice. I tried to put on a brave face when I delivered the news, but his dejection and despair were plain as day. He said he'd discuss it with his associates, but I could tell he'd all but given up hope. Dejection and despair. You remember what we saw in Vanaspati, yes? Soldiers and jungle dwellers pushed to the very brink, turning into beasts, one after the next. It seemed the same phenomenon occurred here. 4 craftsmen attacked by the fiends, as well as those that witnessed it, all undergoing the change. I suspect that everything began with Khalzal. By all accounts, it was he who suffered from the most profound and piercing despair. Wait, could that be it? Such intense emotions were what triggered his transformation. Sounds on brand for me. It's not unheard of. Dancer quest? Anyway. Much remains unclear, but I believe we are drawing closer to an answer. At any rate, we must discuss our findings with the others. Granted, that wasn't people turning into monsters. That was just, like, manifesting the, like, darkness in them. But suspicious. And the despair in a man's own heart consigned him to such a terrible fate. And on this note, if it is triggered by people having intense emotions in an area with low celestial ether activity, does moving them away from the planet even do anything? Would it just continue to happen anyway, if the people are the problem? Well, not necessarily. I guess you have to find somewhere that doesn't have celestial ether problems, but still. We were to reconvene with the others in front of Megaduda, were we not? That should be just outside. With any luck, they will have already returned from their own investigations. My friend, we must take our leave. I pray that your establishment is spared further tragedy. But remember, your lives are far more precious than any wares. If you are ordered to flee, do so without hesitation. Indeed. Thank you for your concern, and pray you too take care as well. I don't know the way out of this building. Oh my god. How do I get out of here? There should be an exit. I want to, like, go in this direction. Up the stairs? Okay, here we go. The rounds and ready to share.
There you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances.
Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the two of you?
So the merchant Khalzal was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely end.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another. Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Hi, Kate.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
If so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients. With their creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors. Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient beings. Why remains to be seen, but there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not. Perhaps that single variable makes all the difference.
If I may, there was another detail that troubled me. We have it on good authority that Karl Zahl's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire than we realized. It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast. Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Look! It's the Satrap! The Satrap!
Thank the heavens.
Hoping we're not about to watch this man turn into a monster.
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe. While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last. Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes. I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Your Excellency, is there any word from Palaka's stand? My grandson was bound for there yesterday, and I worry for his life.
Oh.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share...
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
You are?
I'm Matya of Akyali, a humble fisherman.
Oh, hey, Matya. Sure, this is not anything good.
I remember you from our first visit.
Wait, you're... But no, that can wait. When the skies turned red, I set off for Palaka's stand, fearing for the safety of a friend. But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
No.
Oh no.
Gods have mercy.
Ma'am, I need you to calm down.
Your Excellency, save my grandson, I beg of you.
We will spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors, limb from limb. What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, sink their fangs into him.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Fangs!
Get away from her, now!
And We were due for a good body horror transformation. Let's go.
We've got to kill them before it spreads.
Oh, it's not gonna do much.
We'll handle this. See the townspeople to safety.
Yeah, you know, it does kind of have...
Run as fast as you can!
Oh. Yeah, now that you've mentioned it, Hob, it totally feels like that. Oh hey, it's this little guy. Oh, and then he squished him! Wow. As if it wasn't bad enough. Yeah, it's not quite the same, but it has enough of a... enough similar energy. Can I not see the satrap getting killed, please? I like this guy. Oh! Oh dear. No, 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 no. No, 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 don't put him down.
Our people, you must save them.
Oh no, he's freaking dead. Yep. He's gone. I'm amazed that guy didn't turn into a monster after all that.
Rise on.
Whoop. Spoke too soon.
Enough. You must run. For their sake and your own.
Calm down. You're fine.
We'll survive. You must.
Well, we calmed him down, so that's good. Yeah, this feels very... This feels very Yoko Taro. Also, yeah, Vritra, like, has to actually step in now.
Be strong, my friends! Fear not, for we will defeat these abominations!
Oh, we got some XIV coming in here.
Brave men and women of the Radiant Host, lend your Stola and Thancred your aid. Let not a single beast escape. The rest of you, flee this place. Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground. Above all, stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that.
Alphino! Alize! Leave the city to us, and make for Palaka's stand at once! Matsya, show my friends to the village. I promise you, they're more capable than the host's finest.
No offense to the Radiant Host, but
right.
He's not wrong.
Go with them, will you?
Hey,
we will save these people. As many as we can.
Take care of yourself. I really don't like you being like this, because now I'm reminded of how reckless you are. Yeah, it's like the fun, goofy, like, silly Graha, like, I'm not dead, ooh, it's great to be alive, is kind of fading away and he's going back to his, like, serious Exarch mode. Which makes me worried that he's gonna become more willing to just, like, freaking die for people, and I really don't want him dying. Damn it all, staying calm isn't exactly my forte. Meet again, you do remember me, yes? You saved my skin twice over in Yedlamat. Now I find myself turning to you for help once more, but let us tarry here no longer. I do like seeing him being serious, though. It's good. I feel like I'm glad they didn't, like, forget how, like, badass he is as the Exarch, honestly. Like, seeing him being, like, cute and silly is fun, but, like, yeah, he's badass. Give him a couple of cool, like, hero moments. Wait, I must save Palaka's stand, whatever it takes. Matsya, it pains me to put you into harm's way, but I would ask your aid as well. Of course, Palaka's stand is not far, just down that hill, but as I told His Excellency before, the path was blocked by terrible creatures. I had no choice but to turn back. In that case, this is what we shall do. Carolyn, I ask that you take the lead and dispatch any beasts you encounter. Alize and I will keep Matsya hidden amidst the trees and follow when the path is clear. There's no telling what dangers await us. Keep your eyes peeled. I hope you don't mind if I detour for ether currents. So are these fates now going to be related to what's going on here, I suppose? What a clever way to keep us out of the area. I'm going this way first because I want to unfog this little corner of the map. 300 and some to the west. Oh! There's space down there. That's cool. Okay, I'm gonna stick on a path. Actually, I lied. There's a fate down here. It's 6 minutes left. That's actually not gonna happen. Never. Actually, maybe down here. Quick second. Nice. Wow, these are like visual range of each other. That's so weird. Just a little laggy. Northwest. That's on the other side, so I'm not gonna backtrack right now. Did it say, like, grandma as it was dying? I think it did. Oh. Fun. Oh dear. There's a lot more in this tiny area than there should be. And I am lagging. Oh, we're fine. Aetheryte. All the people are gone. It cannot be. Oh, no, they're not. It's mostly gone. We must heal those we can, and quickly. I see no beasts, but stay on your guard. Villager has no pulse, nor do they appear to be breathing. Cooling body has already begun to stiffen. The massive wound suggests the villager was gored by a terrible beast. Oh, fun. The villager's injuries do not appear to be life-threatening. He does not respond to your efforts. His breathing grows more ragged and shallow, and his vacant eyes are those of a man who has lost the will to live. Even if I wake, the nightmare goes on. No, leave me to sleep. Call out, but the man does not respond. Have you come to help us? Too late. My family, my friends. Are these the only villagers who survived? I can only hope others managed to flee. If the rest have been turned to beasts, by the 12. Let's do what we can to see that the damage spreads no further, and no matter what comes, we must keep our spirits high, lest we ourselves suffer a similar fate. I can tend to the rest. Pray look after Mattia. No doubt what we have seen here weighs even heavier on his heart than ours. There he is. Oh, Carolyn, this is Yerevet, the elder here. He is hurt, but praise be to the sisters, he still lives. Young Matsia here has told me everything. I have not the words to express my gratitude for your aid. When the heavens began to burn, we were afraid, but did our best to carry on as we always have done, until today, when those unholy beasts came pouring into our village, blood at midnight. There There are no words to describe what followed. Men and women I have known since they were babes, struck down by the creatures, only to rise again to join the murderous horde, the guise of those same hideous fiends. In the chaos, a handful of our villagers fled for their lives. I can only hope they have found their way to safety. Probably not, but... Antia, do you perchance remember Karasaf and Mevan, the young couple who always bought your freshest catches? How could I forget, Elder? When I first came to peddle my wares, desperate to eke out a living, they showed me such kindness. Others shunned me as an outsider, as is their way, but Karasaf and Mevan bought my fish and sung its praises. They turned my fortunes around. Alas, I fear they are in terrible danger. I saw them running towards Agama Temple, one of those beasts in close pursuit. They had their child, still but a tiny babe. To elude these fiends while caring for one so young is an impossible task, surely. I beg of you, go to their aid. I want to help them, yet I am but a fisherman. I cannot face beasts on my own. Come with me? Yeah, of course. Oh, thank you. Agama Temple lies to the west of here. Must hurry. Definitely hurrying as soon as I get this ether current. Weird little rock this is on. It's 104 to the southwest. There is a whole third section I have just realized exists. Look at this. I'm at a cliff here. But there's something over here. Huh. Anyway, I'm not going 600 to the southwest right now, so we'll go back to the story. Temple is just ahead. It was built by those who worship Saint Agama, but has sadly fallen into disrepair in recent years. My friends made it this far, no doubt they are hiding somewhere amidst the ruins. No, please, stay back. Well, that's not good. That was Karasaf. Oh no, this is not good. I'll take a look. Please do. The cry came from the ruins. You must hurry. Leave me alone, lemur. Oh, well, that looks fun. Can't help but notice there were 2 creatures there. And there's only one of this guy. Man lies motionless on the ground, bearing a grievous wound. Sorry, Caroline. I had to stay behind, but I couldn't. Oh, it cannot be. Someone, anyone. Arms so heavy, and my legs. I cannot feel my legs. My wife fled with our daughter. Need to find them. Need to be with them. Uh-oh. Karaseth. Oh, Karaseth. Must stay strong. More time. I thought I had. Want to die. Speak to him. I don't know what we're saying, but we will speak to him. Calmed him down. Let's find them. And he's probably dead. Yep. Evan still lives, and she has their child. We must search the jungle between here and Palaka's stand. There is nowhere else she could have gone, I think. Forgive me, Karaseth. Once we have saved your wife and child, we will return and lay you to rest. No tracks or other signs of recent travel. Navon and the child must be elsewhere. I'm telling you, there were 2 creatures attacking him. Trying to think of like the saddest, most Yoko Taro-ish way these could go, and that seems appropriate. Let's see. Ah, okay. Oh, damn. Full stop. My Chocobo is, max level. I gotta give him a Thaverian onion. Do I have one in my inventory right now? I do not. Okay, I'm gonna finish this quest. I'm not gonna leave in the middle of this, but, like, I gotta go get a thing. That note though, it's yeah, I'll just find an onion on the ground, pick it up. Here you go, bud. If Mepon and her daughter came through this area recently, you see no evidence of their passage. Oh yeah, they're definitely already dead. See any sign of them? I found nothing. Nothing. Perhaps the beasts have chased them farther from the village. O gods above, I beseech you, pray deliver Mevon and her little one to safety. Meanwhile, skies above Thavnair.
No more enemies to trouble us here. It's me. How fare you below? Understood. I will inform Vritra.
Oh right, we gotta tell him that. I hope Vritra doesn't turn into one of these. Because that's not great.
Chaos and panic sweep Raz-at-Han, and many more have succumbed to the transformations. Amidst the fray, Ahawan fell, protecting a grief-stricken father. My friends fight alongside your Radiant host to secure the capital. Beasts have been sighted in Palakistan as well. We have divided our forces in hopes of quelling the threat there. Of small solace is that we now know what triggers the transformation. As my companions tell it,
so it is the very fear and despair in their hearts which inflicts this abhorrent punishment upon them. A nightmare from which my children will never awake. O capricious and cruel fate, they are undeserving of such condemnation.
will you wallow in sorrow or rise to the occasion? Raz-at-Han is leaderless.
To the occasion.
Before he passed, Ahawan sought to reveal the truth to his people. Honor his wishes.
To what end? To breed a new conflict between dragon and man.
Why would that cause a conflict?
These claws could reduce thee to shreds with a touch. These jaws crush thy bones to dust. Only through my proxy could I walk with my children. Without him, I am a bringer of fear, no different from the beasts which beleaguer them.
Perhaps so. Only in death were Hraesvelgr and Shiva united. Indeed, whenever man and dragon have come together, death has ever been the inevitable result. It was our fear of your kind that sparked a nigh-endless war. Fear and hate of which Nidhogg drank deep as he laid waste to my homeland. And in turn, I took my revenge on his brood. Blood for blood, pain for pain. I thought nothing of theirs, only of mine. And yet, were the chasm between us too vast and too deep, Hraesvelgr would not have borne Isael to battle and our rescue. He would never have entrusted a mortal champion with one of his eyes. And the Dragonsong War would still rage on. And I would still wage a never-ending war of violence and vengeance. The future of our star be damned. I cannot speak for Ahawan's greater goals. Yet I know that he served you, served your people, long and true. In this time of unprecedented crisis, he turned to you. You could do worse than to place your trust in him. It will not be easy, but the future of Raz-at-Han hangs in the balance. We have company.
That's a cool fighting sequence up here.
The hour has come, Vritra! It's all or nothing!
Yeah! They did the line! This makes me very happy. Hey Mattia, I know you're having a whole moment here, bud, but... It's a cheap teeth, right? Probably my own. We're just gonna run to my house real quick. I'll pick up a Lavnarian onion, and I'll be right back. Gotta optimize our leveling experience here. It is actually very hard to level a chocobo because they only gain experience when you're fighting something of like an appropriate level for you. So this is a rare opportunity for my chocobo to be leveled. So. Whew. Prices have gone up. I want the skies here to start freaking burning. Even in like my nice peaceful little housing area. Okay. There we go. Mevon fled deeper into the jungle. She and her child are in grave danger. Whatever are we to do? Gods have mercy. That's not the right thing to say. We must try to stay calm, not... But how can I at a time like this? They could be dead. I don't 100% know that, but like... So if I allow myself to become overcome by fear, I too might become a beast? I'm not sure I understand, but I will do my best. I've seen to the wounded. How did the two of you fare? Did you find your friends? Found a one. He is dead. See. In that case, let us help you find the mother and child. Before we leave, we must ensure the village will be safe in our absence. Alize and I will patrol the area and search for more beasts. Would you and Mattia speak with Elder Yerevet? Pray explain to him the situation and join us as soon as you are able. We will save Mevon and her child. And do that much for Karasaf. They're definitely already dead. Like, I know that's what's gonna happen. Surely they are already dead. Scared. I'm heartened to see you both safe, but what of the family? Found Karasaf, but he... Say no more, I understand. We have lost another of our dear friends. Karasaf may be gone, but there's still hope for Mevon and their child. Please find them, I beg of you. And if in your search you come across anyone else who escaped the slaughter, pray tell them what has happened. I'll do my best to keep the villagers safe and their spirits high. Come, let us rejoin your friends at once. I'm pleased to report that the vicinity appears to be beast-free, no doubt thanks to your earlier efforts. And with that, let us resume our search for your friend and her child. Where should we begin, Matsuya? If we follow Siroda south, we will arrive at Purusa, a temple. It's a sacred place where people go to commune with the divinities. It's possible that Nivon sought shelter there. Perhaps other villagers as well. It's settled. Matsuya, stay close to me, alright? You two take the lead. Keep an eye out for beasts and anyone in need of help. Very well. We'll make for Purusa as quickly as we are able. Definitely. Yep. Totally making it there. Definitely. Yep. I'm not gonna make that one in time. I'm not gonna bother. Oh, go away, Snake. Villager woman. Oh, Lalafell here? Oh, yeah, there he is. I just saw a tiny chocobo. Thank you. I thought I was done for. Nivon? She is a friend of mine too, but I have not seen her. She must still be out there somewhere, trying to avoid the beasts. And with her child, gods. Worry not for me. I can make my way back to the village on my own. Actually, I think I know what this area is over here. I think that's where the striking dummies are. Or not striking dummies. The, like, Stone Sky Sea extension for, like, testing your rotation and stuff. Because I'm pretty sure it looked like it was Thavnarian inspired. Carolyn, wait. Purusa lies just up ahead, but something terrible has happened. Beasts have come, and many have already been killed. Alphanu and Elise have gone to do what they can, but there are so many, more than I could count. We must be ready. I am ready. I don't like how this one is saying, like, someone help and no please. Ooh. I really like the design of this with the elephant. get the current. It's close enough that it's making me anxious. I'll go get it. I have 3 left. This is the trolley one that I saw through the gap that I couldn't get before. Yeah. It's a big square marked area that I'm actually not going to go to yet, because it feels like it might be somewhere the story is going to send me to in a second. I don't know exactly what it is yet. There you are. How fare the others? I see. You've seen to all the beasts in sight. In that case, let's have everyone gather in front of the temple.
Courage, friend. The pain will pass.
Has anyone seen Mevan? Where could she be?
We've dealt with all the blasphemies, and made certain no villagers are still in hiding.
Good work. We've otherwise tended to the wounded as best we can.
What will become of us?
Help is on the way, surely. We may have to abandon our homes now, but we will return someday.
But where can we go? Is anywhere even safe?
That I cannot say.
Well, I can. Nowhere's safe. Run all you like, but there's no escaping these things. And even if I could, it's too late for my family.
I ask you to calm down.
This isn't good. The more they dwell on the tragedy, the more likely we are to lose them too.
My friends, this is a place of worship. Should your heart quake with sadness, cast your mind to the heavens and remember. Remember the teachings of the old gods. Did they not implore us to stand fast when waves of sorrow break against our shores?
Know this, my children. There is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer. To drink of calamity and drown in anguish. To toil and be tested, always and ever.
'Tis a perilous path you walk. Death lurks in the dark, and is the sole promise that awaits at journey's end. You will tremble with terror. You will weep tears of anger and despair.
But do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. Then will you see how the hardships make you strong.
Every doubt reforged as scales for your armor. Every agony to temper your blade.
Thank you, lad. We'd almost forgotten who we are. My undying gratitude to you as well, my friends. You were searching for Mevon, no? We must return home. I pray you help the boy find his friend.
Gladly. We dispatched what beasts we could, but the roads are still dangerous. Stay together and go in safety.
That was very impressive, what you did back there. Those words seem to resonate with your people.
They should. They were the first spoken unto our ancestors by the divinity of legend. I'm easily upset, and fish are wont to flee a temperamental hand, so I recite the teachings over and over to calm myself.
They're lovely and inspiring to hear, though I imagine they were born of great misfortune.
They are born of life. There's as much bad as good in it. More, many would attest. All the more reason to appreciate the good when you can.
I won't argue with that.
In darkness,
That's
seek
very
joy.
loud.
Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
And with that, let us see if we can't find Mevon. Did you see? That beast was chasing someone.
That was nice. I've said this a lot, but like, I like Matsuya. He's nice. I hope nothing bad happens to him. I've been saying that about everybody. And slowly but surely bad things are happening to them, so That's like a nice quest name and a terrible picture, so not sure how to read this one. There, my view was blocked by the trees, but I'm sure I saw someone being chased by a beast. Carolyn, go with Matsuya and search along the river. Alphino and I will circle around from the south. Yeah, see? I was right. It's bringing me right there. Just like a big square. Oh. Oh, this is where that is. Okay. (106) to the west. Back. 84 to the northwest. Yeah. This is the second to last one. The other one is like up here somewhere. But there's a pair of regular ether current quests that we don't have yet. At least one is gonna be MSQ related, so that's what I'm saying. Two are probably just like regular quests. They probably come from Palakistan. Yeah. Whenever that comes up and things like calm down a little bit, I'll investigate that. A slight flash of a Pokeball. Very scary. And for whatever horrible thing is about to happen here. Oh, they're still alive.
Sure of it! Mervyn!
Don't, please!
Oh. Been bamboozled. Oh, it's really persistent on chasing. Oh, chasing her. Well,
God have mercy!
I mean, there's worse things he could have done than thrown her in the water. I mean, it's a little gross looking, but like, he could have eaten her. Ooh, right, underwater content. That's fun. We'll get her. He's not holding the baby. Where's the baby? Evan's lifeless body floats before you, battered and broken. Her death no doubt came swiftly. Her infant daughter, however, is nowhere to be seen. I guess, yeah, I mean, I guess him, like, throwing her probably, like, broke her neck because he was carrying her by the head. This baby's gonna freaking drown. Let's get this kid out of here. Might not be dead. Probably is. Oh. Take the babe into your arms. If she yet lives, you cannot tell, but she will surely not survive unless you carry her to the surface at once. thinking these clumps of flowers are yours, but they're not. Did you find Mevan and the child? Damn it all. You have the child? Let me see her.
She's so cold, Elfino.
The child is alert, and I see no wounds, and yet she grows weaker. My spells can do no more. What she needs is a change of clothes and a warm bed. We must hurry back. Not now!
Matsia, take the child.
It appears we've made enough noise to be heard for miles around. More will be upon us ere long. We make our stand here. Mattia, can you take her back to the village?
But the child, all by myself. You can't be serious.
The beasts will follow you home unless we stop them here. And so we shall. Be strong, Matsia. Her life is in your hands.
Quite literally.
Right. I can do it.
I believe in you, Matsia.
I know you can. We'll keep them busy, Matsia. Go! Quickly!
I'd just like to take a small moment that this is an excellent way to properly show off a dangerous threat. Don't focus on the big sweeping battles, focus on a small aspect. This is great. Horrible to watch, but
Steady. You know the way.
This is how you make people care. No, the baby is turning into a monster.
No! Not you too.
I mean, babies are very sad all the time. Calm the baby down. It's okay.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
To live is to suffer, to drink of calamity. It is a perilous path. Death lurks in the dark.
Oh, Matsia!
No! I'm not afraid! I'm not afraid! Ah! Do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. See how the hardships make you strong. Every doubt reforged.
Ooh.
Every agony.
Oh, thank God. Oh, and we're playing the freaking dragon music too. Nice. Oh.
The divinity.
Nay, but one who would deliver thee just the same.
Please. You must save the child. She is all that remains of Mevan and Grasef. Please.
Just like, what is he gonna do? He doesn't have hands.
Well, well. Seems the babe's taken a liking to you.
Thou art strong, little one. Let us convey thee to thy home.
I spied our friends as we flew in. They appeared to be holding their own against the Horde.
That also kind of helps Vritra, who seems to be so concerned that everybody's gonna be afraid of him or mad at him, that like a baby is calming down in his presence. Like, come on, come on. If little babies like you,
That's the last of them.
you'll be fine.
We should hurry and find Matsia.
I have a feeling you'll be fine.
Really? How can you be so sure?
A fine battle it must have been. Shame I missed it.
Estinian, it was you who came to Matia's aid.
I was only along for the ride. Vritra was the one who saw the boy was in need. The two are headed back to the village.
Where the worm will honor Ahiwan's wishes and finally reveal himself to his people.
Perhaps so. Will you go and join them?
There's something I need to do first. Mervyn gave her life so that her child might live. She deserves better than to be left to drift alone. She deserves to be laid to rest beside her husband at least. Will you help me?
Absolutely. Oh, cool. I didn't have to like go and retrieve them. We have done what we can. It is for the villagers of Palaka stand to perform the funeral rites. Nothing else. Mevan and Karasaf died as they lived, as themselves and not as beasts. Their souls will find peace in the Aetherian Sea. I think the day would come when even that smallest of solaces would be as comforting. Ooh, Ether Current quest. Estinian stands with a grim expression on his face. You are ready then? In that case, let's head to Palaka Stand. No doubt Vritra is awaiting us. Well, before I head on out there, I'm gonna go grab this Ether Current. Bit of a detour, but then I can just take the thing back. So. just like straight west from here. Oh yeah, I think I had meant to get this earlier, but the way the story was, it dragged me away from here automatically. Ah. Oh, I almost fell off the side. Okay. That is all the scavenger hunt ether currents. While I am out here, this little corner, and there's a fate right here. Do it. Flying is always max speed, so the riding maps don't really mean much once you can fly, but like, I like to have it regardless. Alright. We're at a level where we are level syncing. That's fun. There are at least 2 people with me because I saw a row and I hear a lollipop. There's a Lala. And we're almost capped on gemstones again. Hey. Oh. Getting there. Why the shared fate screen always takes so long to pop up. Okay, it's 2 more fates. Able to buy the riding map. Getting there. Reacha. Love how his thing is like way back here on his butt instead of on his head. I get it, it's in the center of his model when you look at him from the side, but like, it's funny. Like it should be here over his head. Rest easy, for all is well here. Young Matsya returned with the babe safe in his arms. Owing to a warm bed, the girl hath already begun to regain her strength. Less joyously received was word of the mother and father's fate, as well as that of their transformed lives. How many children of Thavnair must we lose to this calamity? Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters, every death another void that can never be filled. We who survive them must carry the weight of their memory as we strive to regain the semblance of what we lost. Karsaf and Mevan's babe is a child of Thavnair as well. Thank you for returning her to us safe. O most great and merciful worm, I have not the words to express my gratitude. They say that were it not for you, brave Matsya and the child would have been lost to us forever. Long had I heard the rumors that a mighty dragon had forged a pact of friendship with the satrap, but never would I have expected such a kind and gentle soul. Truth in part, but not in whole. Oh yes, both eyes. I am Vritra. For years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. An isle I have ruled over as satrap, with Ahewan as my loyal servant. Are my ears to be believed? You were the true satrap all along. Idana, what are you doing here? I heard from the Radiant that you had gone to help the people of Palaka stand in their time of need, so I and several of my colleagues from the Great Work came to offer our services. The alchemists have already brewed up some potions for Mevan's daughter. But enough about us. You and your role are the far greater enigma. You were the true satrap all along. Could it be that young Varshan was created to serve as your emissary? Thou didst suspect the boy was but a simulacrum? A rumor has circulated for many years around the High Crucible that our most skilled alchemists were once commissioned by the satrap's family in secret to fashion a mammoth indistinguishable from a living boy. Looking at Varshan with that knowledge, I simply put two and two together. I was not alone in drawing this conclusion, but like me, they no doubt recognized that the satrap was using the simulacrum to work more closely with his people, and decided not to press the issue. I had always assumed one of Ahewan's associates was manipulating it from afar, but the truth is indeed far more surprising. It is an honor to meet you in the flesh, Master Breach. Pray allow me to express my gratitude. If you had not believed in and given unto us your scales, I do not know where we would be. Thank you, bottom of my heart. It was thou and thy fellow alchemists that fashioned the means to unmake the towers. You were the saviors of not only Radzatan, but the star. Far too kind you are, Master Vritra, but the star yet wants for salvation. Once more will my colleagues and I commit the knowledge and resources at our disposal to the mission of aiding the people in this their darkest hour. It would seem this place is in good hands. I would return to see how Radzatan fares. What will you do, Scion? I worry for the survivors we met at Perusa. Shall we sit before making our way back? In that case, might I ask a favor? Nothing too burdensome, I promise. This way. Needs to simmer just a bit longer, I'd say. In the meantime, I was hoping I might ask you a few questions. Red sky, these terrible beasts. What in the name of the sisters is happening here in Thavner? Boy. So Nidana is actually the perfect person to have this conversation with, because I think her thing that I can't remember the name of, Akasha? Is that what she called it? Is super relevant to what's going on right now. Oh my, that's rather a lot to take in. It would seem the situation is even more grave than we suspected. Thank you, friend. My colleagues and I will use your knowledge to see if it can further our own research. And with that, here we are, a hot of piping hot chai, brewed from my own secret recipe of spices and tea leaves, together with hearty helpings of rich milk and purest sugar. I've made enough for everyone in the village. Might I trouble you to deliver a few cups? The drink has medicinal properties, then? Not in the least. The ingredients are quite ordinary. It's so very tasty, though, and has a way of lifting the spirits. The spicy aroma and distinctive sweetness of chai is a simple, everyday pleasure on our island. Sometimes the best medicine is the simplest. A lovely sentiment. By all means, allow us to assist. While you lot distribute hot beverages, I'll do a sweep for errant beasts to slay. A far less arduous task, no doubt. When you've finished, look for me at the wakeful Tirana. Look at them all, lazing about, knowing full well the beasts might strike again at any moment. Do they not realize their lives are in danger? Well, I, for one, intend to survive. I'm too young to die. Yes, I'll leave this island behind if I must. But where would I go? Is anywhere safe these days? Have some tea, I guess. This is tea, right? Yeah. Kind of. Cup of chai. Can't you see I have more important things to worry about? No, you're right. It's precisely in times like these we must strive to remain calm and steady. I do believe I'll visit the Elder and see what needs to be done. If there is any way I can aid my village and friends, I will do it. Sorry, I just want to be left alone. My best friend and I, we fled the village together. One of the beasts took him, and it was all I could do to run. All the while I could hear this monstrous voice screaming my name. Is this for me? We used to drink chai together often, shared stories over steaming cups after a hard day's work. Thank you, friend. The pain may never pass, but I must press on all the same, for his memory, and for we who must remember. Wait, I know you. You were the one who saved us from those beasts back at the temple. But not for you. Well, let's not even think about that. Times like this, we mustn't dwell on what might have been. Look to the future awaits us. How can Radzadan hope to recover from this? Most of my friends are gone, and I don't know where to turn. How about turning to a nice cup of tea? A cup of chai? Well, if you insist. That aroma has a way of clearing the mind. Come to think of it, we've faced our fair share of trials in the past as well. And no matter how hard the times, we've always come together as a people united. One day at a time, one step at a time, for that is all any of us can do. Yes, back to work, once I finish this cup. Thank you. Ether current quest, ether current, okay. These are the last ones to unlock flying, so... I know we are beset by monsters, beasts, and worse, but if you have even an ounce of strength to give, I would ask for your aid. I am in need of a brave soul to help patrol the area in search of any lost refugees. I would ask my brothers and sisters of the Radiant Host, but our numbers have been greatly diminished. It is all we can do to keep the darkness from swallowing this settlement. Yeah, I got you. Very good. It shall be heartening to have another warrior by my side. Let us commence at once. Back? Up? Where is this person? Dang it. There we go. Ah, what luck. You look capable of braving the jungles unscathed. Would you help me search for a group of refugees I became separated from? You got it. As the chaos unfolded around us, I fled in the direction of Agama Temple along with a few others. There, one of those terrible beasts fell upon us, and I lost track of my group in the chaos. While I was able to make my way here, none of the others have, and I worry for their safety. I would like nothing more than to search myself, but all hands are required to defend this place. The temple is to the west. Please journey there and guide anyone you can find back here. Only hope that some manage to survive the night. So we're gonna do these two quests before we go back and talk to Nidana. Just cause I get a feeling that we're not gonna be like wandering around out here much longer. You usually get that last flying ether current as you're about to leave the map, because that's kind of how it works, so I figure we're probably gonna be gone from here soon. We should begin our patrol by heading south, the route through which many refugees from Yedlamat pass. We'll cover more ground if we split into two groups. If you should find anyone in need, go to their aid. If you discover any discarded effects, collect them for safekeeping. Ah, and if you should encounter one of those terrible beasts, slay it where it stands. Once we've made a thorough search of the area, let us rendezvous back here. Godspeed. Way down here. This is fine. Devout pilgrims versus the jungle lizards. Survey the area, but detect nothing out of the ordinary. And we will go to that fate. Or attempt to do that fate. Bird doesn't round. Fine. That's up and around back. Yeah. maybe like 2 more, and this one should be done. Very intentionally not AoEing so this monkey doesn't switch targets to me. It's on the paladin right now, this little Lalafell paladin here. Oh, is that it? That's it. Overcapped on gems now, apparently. Yes, I am. Well, I only need to do 1 more. Was it gone? Thank the gods. I would have really died without your help. What are you doing out here? Rescuing you! I see, so the Radiant Host looks over us yet. For that I'm grateful. Well, I suppose if I follow the path you took to get here, I should be safe on my way back. You didn't leave anything alive, did you? There's some monkeys. You'll be fine. Not be in range of that tiger. Trying to like line of sight these. I don't have to fight things I don't need to. There we go. Anusia statue. I see a strange statuette lying on the ground depicting a woman wearing a beastly mask. It may be best to collect it. And back with it. Lookout spot. They're such weird rocks, because like... Oh. Climb them for the most part if you get the angle right. It's gotta like be a little wiggly. This one I think I might have to fly for. All the other ones I've found have been able to climb, but I think this one is just a little too steep. I'll have to come back for it. Won't forget about you. This marker here. Devout Pilgrims versus the Apalala. I see. There's a series of these, apparently. one's kind of moving. It's just me here, so when it's just like one person working on it, it goes pretty quick. Volatile Paladin is here again. And that should be Welcome back. I've heard all about your noble deed. Allow me to thank you for protecting those we cannot. I'll add my thanks to hers. If not for you, I'd be nothing but food for the beasts. You've more than earned a reward for your time. Speak with me again at Palaka's stand, and I'll ensure that you get it. Best reward of all. Ether Burn. Ability to fly. Go over to this one. Who are you? Are you here to save me? I suppose I am. Of course, I knew she wouldn't forget us. The beast prowled the area for some time, but I managed to find refuge. Rocks. However, I've been too frightened to set foot from their shelter for fear of drawing the attention of some hungry animal. But with you here, I believe I can find the courage. Will you accompany me to Palaka's stand? Yes, sure. Thank you. Now let's tread carefully. wish you could just, like... throw them on a mount. And just, like, bring them. Gross. There it is. You... What? No, he's right here! He's right beside me! He's literally right here. There we go. Oof. I got worried it would reset in some weird way. Don't know how to thank you. You've saved my life. It's cool. Please tell that brave woman from the Radiant Host that I've arrived safe and sound. I must think of a way to repay your bravery. This monkey has a quest? I'm intrigued, but I'm not doing it right. Work ahead of us is vast, and any lives we can save are precious indeed. All I came across in my patrol was discarded belongings and scattered luggage. Find anything else of note? Got this statue. Recognize this figure. Doubtless you are curious as to what it depicts. There's a legend that tells of a Minusia goddess who sought the strength of the Murga, wresting her own head from her body and replacing it with the bestial pate of the Murga. In pursuit of wisdom, did a Murga do the same, replacing his own head with that of a Minusia. Thus were born divine beings gifted with both strength and wisdom, holding an age untold. One of the refugees must have dropped this in their flight. This figure is a reminder that the most insurmountable hardships can be overcome by looking beyond the bounds of the tribe for help. A figure so fine was likely beloved by its owner. I shall do what I can to see it return to them. Thank you for your help today, traveler. Absolutely. The most insurmountable hardships can be overcome by stealing somebody else's head. I watched your arrival. I recognized that man from the group I was with. I am overjoyed to see him safe. Thank you for escorting him. Truly you are worthy of the reputation you've earned. I dare say even Agama was awed by your bravery. He was a storied mendicant of the Arcasotra. Fires landed ashore this island and war broke out. He spared no effort to save the lives of all who were injured in the conflict. He saw no tribes, only those in need. He is not so different from you, who throws herself into the maw of danger to save someone they've never met. Agama's spirit lives on today. It is through your selfless deeds. Take this as a reward, although I have no doubt you would deny it if I let you. Once my watch has ended, I shall patrol the woods in search of any more hiding amongst the trees. Certainly not deny an ether current. Don't worry. Is there a gemstone trader here, or are they in the other place? Thank you for delivering the chai, Carolyn. Did it help to lift the villagers' spirits? Hope so. That is heartening to hear indeed. The final days show no signs of abating, but that is all the more reason that we must try to keep our composure. Our lives have been forever changed. People we have lost will never return to us. These tragedies will long weigh on our hearts. but we have the capacity to live with our suffering, to carry the agony to join the fallen in death. It is not a surrender, but a recognition, for it is only in acceptance that we find the strength to move forward. And now I can fly. Under his wing. As you have finished your deliveries, might I talk with you for a moment? I was curious to know what has become of Mevan and Karasaf's remains. Oh, thank you, friend. Surely they will be able to rest peacefully by each other's side. I and the people of Palaka Stand will perform the rites as soon as we are able. As for the child, it will not be easy for her growing up without her parents, but I promise to do what I can. Once she is able to eat solid food, the fish I catch will help nourish her. Well, we finished delivering the chai. I do believe everyone has a piping hot cup. I almost believe there is a magic at work, how their tension fades with every sip. Let us pray that Palaka Stand has seen the last of those transformations, at least for now. They are still at risk, as every village in Thavnir. Still, I trust we could leave this place in the care of our friends from the Radiant and the High Crucible. Shall we return to Radzatan? By all means, do not let us keep you further. There are still many who have need of your wisdom and strength to deliver them from this terrible calamity. And I will do what I can as well. I will bring rations and supplies from Akyali. I have plenty to spare. Then let us find Estinian and be on our way. Where did he wander off to again? Wakeful Tirana? Near the bridge to Radzatan, as I recall. Very well, then. Give me an opportunity to fly and unfog the map. Let's go. Whew. Second to load. Okay, so I assume I need to go up and over this. This should be... Yes. Ta-da! The burning field. This is where you go to practice your rotation and stuff. I haven't unlocked it yet, but like, this is the physical space. Oh, I don't think I can get out this way. You can see my A marker from all the way over here. How do I not? Oh, I see. Oh, looks like we have to move towards my marker anyway. Look at the sky. It's so neat. Spooky, but cool. Marker go. Oh, there it is. I wonder if I can go out here with these ships. feel like no, but I want to try. Oh, okay. Fine. Swing through here for the bicolor gemstone merchant, unfog this little corner, whatever that is. No idea. And then we can go into God's at Hunt. Oh, wait. I didn't actually use the riding map. Hold on. There we go. Now, it doesn't make a difference in the air because fly speed is always max speed, but look how much faster we are on the ground now. Oh, is it this thing? I think this is the thing that is marked. Stuff underwater here. Probably nothing super interesting, but this is for staging area for something. We'll do it for... There hasn't really been much reason to go underwater lately. Wow, these things are super green. Like really, really green. Oh my god. I don't actively hunt for things for sightseeing logs, but like if I pass one, I'll stop and do it. So like I have a reasonable amount of lookout spot sightseeing log stuff done just from that. It's in here somewhere. Here. Alphino told me everything. Full glad am I to hear the people are safe. Likewise, you will be pleased to know I found no evidence of lingering beasts in the jungle and ruins. 'Twould seem you finished off the last of them. Trying times yet lie ahead for the people of Thavnair. Fortunately, they have a wise and benevolent satrap to shepherd them. Speaking of which... hit my mic. I received word from Thancred not a short while ago. He awaits a return to the city on Alzadal's path. No preference. This sounds a little happier. Is it finally time? We finally gonna... Probably not. God, do I wish for the Boppin daytime music. This feels a little slightly further upbeat, maybe. There is a lingering sense of desolation here, but that is much preferable to the panic and chaos we saw before. The poor old woman who became a beast said her grandson had gone to Palaka's stand. Hope he survived. I don't think he did. To be a struggle for the people to come to terms with these tragedies, but they're far stronger than you may think. It's good to see you safe. Given the skies, 'tis all too easy to fear the worst. I'm pleased to report that we've succeeded in quelling the threat here in the city. Beasts have all been felled, and the citizens are safe for now. I've also heard from the Radiant that an important proclamation will be made in the city square. They said no more than that. Do you have any idea what this is about? Absolutely. Ritra. So Ritra is finally coming out from behind the curtain. I suppose we too should hear what he has to say. Megaduta then. But before that, it would appear that word of the assembly has not yet reached all the citizens. If anyone along the way seems unaware, best enlighten them. This is still a sad music. I'm just waiting for the bops. Are the beasts all gone? I've been hiding and I'm too scared to go out and look. Oh, that's a relief. I thought one of those beasts was going to eat me. I wonder where Varshan is. He's the slowest runner. I hope he got away. He'll be with the other people from the palace. Maybe I'll see him in the square. Oh boy. Be, please, I swear to you, my flesh tastes absolutely terrible. Oh gods, what are you doing scaring me like that? If we're not quiet, those beasts will find us. Square, you say? But that's where the satrap was killed. With my very eyes I saw him crushed by that creature's maw. So many lives lost, such terrible carnage. And you say there is someone else who would lead Radzatan in his stead? Whoever they are, if they say anything to sully the memory of our beloved satrap, I'll make them regret it. Yeah, music's not cheap. So far, Sean?
Look! Yeah. Someone's coming!
People of Radzatan, it warms my heart to see so many brave, resilient souls before me. Today, I would share with you a great revelation. But before I do, I must make a humble request. Do not be alarmed, nor avert your eyes. See the one I unveil for who he is. and know that he means you no harm.
Very well. I dare say it can't be worse than the horrors we've already seen.
Many thanks.
A dragon!
God, it's nice to see people excited about dragons. This is really sweet. Oh my god.
People of Radzat-Han, I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. 'Tis as the Satrap's ally I am known. Today, I would reveal the truth unto you.
Let us hope they accept him.
I think they'll be fine.
If I am hearing this right, you were the satrap all along?
Vashan! I mean, Master Vitra, does your divine eye really see all?
Nay, child. While mine eye hath borne witness to the whole of our nation's history, to its future I am blind as thee. Countrymen, calamity the likes of which we have never known is come to Thavnir, our home. Friends and loved ones have been taken from us. I, too, have lost my closest confidant. Ahawan loved this land and served it with dignity till his dying breath. A nobler satrap there will never be. For so long, I lacked the courage to face you. I will not easily earn your trust, this I know. And yet, I cannot sit idly by and abandon Radzat-Han to her fate. A font of boundless vibrancy, this jewel of the ocean. Since time immemorial, hath she glittered with every color imaginable. To this dragon, slumbering in his dark lair, 'twas a mesmerizing sight, and one that brought no end of joy to my heart. This calamity hath stolen too much from you already, yet so long as you live, the light of Radzat-Han will never be extinguished. I pray you let me watch over it, over you, and lend me your strength, that we might face this trial and those to come as one.
I do not know you, dragon, but I thank you for speaking the truth to us. As divinities, both Manusha and Riga once joined together, so too do I believe that hand in hand, we can overcome this ordeal and welcome an era of peace.
A sight that would have surely brought a smile to Azael's face.
Indeed.
Why are they here? You're ruining the moment. Get out.
Excuse me, but I must speak with the Satrap at once.
Well.
Father.
You have suffered dearly of late, yet you must endeavor to look beyond these losses to the future you yet have. On behalf of the Forum of Sharlayan, I come with a proposal by which you, the people of Radzat-Han, might be saved.
Well, I will say, color me surprised. I genuinely didn't think that they were going to do anything but bring their own people. So if they are actually offering other people to come with, then that's more than I expected of them.
I say again, I must speak with your Satrap. I beseech you, take me to him with all possible haste.
Well,
I am Satrap here. Speak thy proposal. All present shall hear and judge.
Yeah, talk your game. Let's go.
If I have given offense, then I apologize. First, allow me to share with you what knowledge we have of the phenomenon responsible for your woes. The final days. 'Tis an affliction of stagnancy and rot, sown into the currents of the star. Though the first prominent manifestation was here, in Thavner, it will invariably spread to every corner of the world. The Forum was forewarned of this apocalypse several centuries ago. Thenceforth, my predecessors sought to prepare for the end times in the only conceivable fashion, by securing a means of escape.
Escape the star? What madness is this?
I mean, you are talking to a dragon who did leave their star when it was about to be destroyed.
'Tis by no means madness. With the coming of the 7th umbral calamity, the true nature of the Red Moon, Dalamud, was revealed. That it was an artificial construct of ancient Alag. But what of the Silver Moon? This celestial satellite is yet another technological marvel, fashioned and maintained by ancient allies.
It's no moon.
A ship that will sail the heavens and deliver our people from destruction. And by our people, I speak not only of Sharlayan. We mean to save every man, woman, and child it is within our power to save. Including you, our dear friends of Radzat-Han. Recent events necessitate adjustments be made, and quickly, but we can and will escort you safely to the moon.
Long has thy Forum been allies to Thavner. I trust thou dost not extend this offer lightly. Yet I wonder, is this truly the way? Is there a future to be built for us beyond this star our father deemed the last bastion of hope?
It is for that very reason I come before you and your people. To answer any and all of your questions. To offer my assurances and allay your fears. Though, if you wish the best for your people, I advise you to render your decision swiftly.
Show our friends to Meka. They are to be received as honored guests. Worry not. Whatever decision is reached, your paths shall be yours to decide. Until then, heed the warning of these brave heroes. Guard your hearts against fear and despair, for it is within such fertile soil that the seeds of blasphemy find purchase. Remain calm and attend to your daily tasks. I shall return anon.
We'll do as you say, Master Vitra. We believe in you.
Scootin'.
Oh, you're still here. What a relief.
Nidana, what's the matter? Has something happened at Palaka's stand?
Oh, no, not that I know of. I just hope to hear your thoughts on a theory of mine.
Is it the same theory I have? Because
all who undergo the transformation are drained of their ether, yes? What is it then that gives these beasts the strength to carry on as they do? Logically, they must be drawing upon an alternate form of vital energy. That put me in mind of our earlier conversation, when I tried to explain the essence which many confuse with ether.
Akasha. Yes, I remember. The unseen gift bestowed from on high.
Yeah. Theories.
An energy influenced solely by emotion.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. In this instance, negative ones set Akasha into motion, thereby infusing the beasts with vitality. I posit this as the mechanism by which the beasts are born and sustained.
Okay. Okay. I have another thing that supports this theory. Obviously there was the dancer quest, but the Four Lords. Four Lords. Same thing. I can't remember what it's called. Aramitama. That's the one. Same thing. We've been introduced to this concept before. Relative, like, Four Lords was Stormblood. Ooh! Ooh! The seeds were sown long ago. This is exciting. Okay, keep going.
Ah, do you still have that flower?
I do. It's just chilling. Oh, it's black. That's not good. Well, fuck.
If we accept that it once shone bright by drawing upon Akasha, influenced by the thoughts of those nearby, then fear, terror, despair, negative emotions so powerful as to suffocate it, permeated the air in this place. You must be very careful. The forces which drive the final days may be beyond our ability to perceive. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you like that. At any rate, I will continue my research into Akasha. Do temper your expectations, however. There are sadly few detailed studies upon which I may draw.
Formulating a new theory as you have is itself no small feat. I wish you well in your endeavors, and pray you take care.
Thank you. You stay safe as well, yes? Till next we meet, and we will meet again.
Jeez. Okay. Sorry, I've spent that entire cutscene like pondering Aramitama and other places where we have seen this. Jeez. Okay, moving on. As far as we have come, after all the horrors we have seen, there is still so much we do not know about the final days. Could it be, as Nidana said, that the cause of this phenomenon is beyond our comprehension? And if so, are we powerless to forestall it? I also like how this flower was kind of hyped up and I was expecting it to be around and relevant in like the last fight or something, and now it's just gone. At World's End. That's a fun quest name. I'm sure that doesn't mean anything bad at all. I mean, it might not. Hello, which one of you has the marker? Greetings, honored scions of the Seventh Dawn. I have a message from His Excellency the Satrap. Brave scions, you have my gratitude for aiding my people in this most trying of times. Alas, matters here at Megaduta prevent me from meeting you all in person. As a token of mine appreciation, I have arranged for a feast to be held in your honor. May it nourish you in preparation for the trials ahead. Such are the words of Master Rika. The feast he speaks of awaits you at Merid's Mehe. Pray make your way there whenever your business here is done. We thank you for your kindness. Indeed, I was hoping we might find a place to discuss our next course of action. That seems an ideal venue. Ah, and to you, Carolyn Ka. There is someone we had hoped to introduce you to you in particular. While I am loath to detain you further, might you spare a moment of your time? A personal invitation, knowing full well your services are in the highest demand right now. This must be important. Worry not, we'll save some food for you, so take all the time you need. Huh? Thank you, friend. Whenever you are ready, please join me in the Aetheryte Plaza. So go on ahead. Oh, you mean that thing I can't teleport to yet? You're gonna open that up? Ah, access to the Aetheryte you see there has been restricted to a select few ever since the tower first appeared. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, but it was deemed too dangerous to permit the free movement of visitors at a time of emergency, a risk we could not take. However, in light of recent developments, however, the Satrap has decided that such restrictions would only hinder our efforts to combat the final days. As such, I would encourage you to attune with the Aetheryte before proceeding along the corridor. Thank God! It's finally accessible. Ugh. Is there one I haven't attuned to yet? Huh. Usually it pops up and it says you have attuned to all the Aetheryte. All of the Radiant Host. Oh. Let's see. Didn't even know this section was here. But I hit everything on it. There we go. Just rub my face in all these little corners. I want to look at things. Ooh, very pretty. Cannot go in, but what's in here? Flies. Eye thing here. Ah, you must be wondering what this place is. We stand in the Hall of the Radiant Host, from where our leadership oversees all of Radzatan's military operations. Sundrop, our destination, lies just ahead. Oh, you're going into that building. Okay, well, if that's where you're going, I'm... This door opens. Oh, this is just like a... It's not quite a supply room. Oh my god, wait, are we I saw a delegate. Are we finally getting role quests? Finally! Welcome to Sundrop. Without further ado, allow me to introduce you to... Oh, so you're the famous Carolyn Kai. I knew at the moment you stepped through the door. You've the look of one who's walked through hell. Kiribati, please, you are speaking to the Satrap's honored guest and the savior of our people. Can you not show modicum of respect? What disrespect is there in paying a fellow warrior a compliment? We're all friends here, or will be soon enough. More formally then, for the benefit of my countrymen, it is a pleasure to have you with us, a great champion of Eorzea, scion of the Seventh Dawn, warrior of light, and all-around good egg, I'm sure. Let's talk of eggs, what is this place? I hear you've been to Kugane, where you'll have seen all sorts of foreign embassies and whatnot. Well, we've got them here in Radzahan, too. Other lands send delegates to oversee trade and diplomatic dealings. Then there are military matters to discuss, which is why these offices are stationed here at Sundrop. I imagine you're more than familiar with each of the nations they represent, yes? I mean, probably. Got representatives from Doma, Ul'dah and Alamigo, Limsa Laminsa, Danya, and last, but never let it be said least, Ishgard. They're the eyes, ears, and mouths that bridge the distance between Radzahan and their respective homelands. We've used this brief respite to share the details of our plight with our overseas counterparts. And wouldn't you know it, all of their leaders requested a few words from you specifically. Our woman in high demand, eh? And so, would you mind regaling us with your own account? Indulge us before you indulge yourself. Sure. Thank you for the report. Conditions under which men are turned to beasts, the etheric anomalies you have observed, you've given us much to consider. It is concerning that the first transformation apparently occurred before the skies turned red, which is contrary to what one would expect. Thankfully, the information you conveyed to Lucia upon your return from the moon has already proved invaluable. As soon as reports of a calamity here in Thavnir reached the Grand Company of Eorzea and our Far Eastern allies, our leaders knew at once that the final days were upon us. We began taking steps to assess the extent of the phenomenon's spread. Our agents were able to confirm that, for the time being, the skies burn only over the Bounty, including this island and Corvus. Alas, that is of little comfort. Aye, all throughout Allied lands there have been reports of people transforming into hideous beasts. From what little we have learned, these incidents are similar in nature to that involving the merchant Kalzal. As was the case here, the victims underwent a change prior to the heavens being set ablaze. So, while the burning skies have yet to manifest beyond the Bounty, the transformations do not appear to be subject to similar depiction. If anyone anywhere overcome by despair can turn, then nowhere is safe. That's about the size of it. Speaking of which, we ought to give these creatures a name, don't you think? Here in Radzahan, we've taken to calling the first to change, which tend to be the biggest, blasphemies. As fitting a name as any, to ensure clarity in future communications, we shall urge our comrades to adopt this terminology. Our leaders have taken measures to deal with the threat to the best of our abilities. Hi, each nation has assembled their own groups of elite soldiers to put down these so-called blasphemies and their spawn as and when they... At the same time, they are doing all in their power to put the people's minds at ease and prevent panic and fear from spreading. That said, brave souls with the strength and fortitude to fell these terrible fiends are not easily found. Just so, and it is for that very reason that we turn to you. Pray lend us your strength and help us to slay the blasphemies that plague our homelands. I mean, yeah, why not? I've been wondering when these role quests were coming. Now, you don't have to give your reply before dinner. I should also mention that each blasphemy seems to possess wildly different characteristics. What works well against one may serve you poorly against another. But before you go rushing off to save everyone's day, have a word with the delegates. They'll tell you what to expect. And with that, I do believe our friend here has a feast to attend. Spare a thought for us while you're tucking into all that fine cuisine, eh? Oh, finally! It's been how long? And we're only just now getting role quests? Need access to the role quest for Endwalker. A separate quest line and story is now available for tank, melee DPS, physical range DPS, magical range DPS, and healer roles. Take these quests, speak with any of the delegates in Sundrop, and agree to help defeat the blasphemies that plague their respective homeland. I am 87, but like the actual like level of the quest we're on is 85. So like, jeez. Gridania. So Gridania is the tank role quest. Let's see. Ishgard. Ishgard wants magical. Ishgard's caster. Doma is ranged fizz. Alamigo and Ulda, which I assume are combined. Oh hey! I see Fordola! Fordola! Healer quests. Okay. Limsa Lominsa. Melee. Which means this one is tank. God, I hope Sid's in there. They have an opportunity to roll like every last quest NPC, job quest NPC from the city-states into these, so. Pray forgive Shira about her route. It can be a bit boisterous at times, but it's simply her nature. Anyway, my apologies for keeping you from your hard-earned rest. You will be rejoining your companions, yes? Do you know the way to the Mahane? I know Radzadan like the back of my hand. I don't, but like I will lie to your face. Glad to hear you're becoming familiar with our fair city. You'll be pleased to hear that all drinks are on the house, so order whatever suits your fancy. And with that, I must return to my post. On behalf of all the Radiant Host, I thank you and your friends once more for lending your strength and courage to Radzadan in our time of need. We shall endeavor to fight the good fight to the end, that we might honor Ahewan's legacy and serve Master Breach. Have my word that your efforts will not be in vain. So what they recommended, and what I like to do anyway, so I didn't even need to be told, is you do the role quests alongside the MSQ because they unlock every couple of levels, and the stories are meant to be done in tandem. Unlike Shadowbringers, they did say that you are not required to do these to complete the MSQ. There's actually a point in Shadowbringers where it grinds to a halt and is like, you need to go finish the role quest. That doesn't happen here, but I'm still gonna do them as they come out because the role quests are cool. I like them. Also, we might get cool role quest stuff later. Thanks, guys. Hello. You're a paladin, no less. Boring. Shrouded in peril. I've come on behalf of the Twin Adders to enlist the aid of accomplished fighters. The small folk cower in their homes for fear of an unprecedented threat to the Twelves would. Blasphemy. It strikes quickly and with deadly precision before returning to the shadows whence it came. Try as we might, we have yet to devise a means to track it, much less slay it. Several brave souls search for it even now, but their chances would improve greatly if they had a stout protector by their side. Judging by your reputation, I dare say you're precisely the woman we seek. What say you? Will you serve as the shield that stands between Gridania and certain doom? Protecting the realm is what I do. I will take that as an enthusiastic yes. Make haste to the Adder's Nest and report to my superior. All Gridania shall pray for your success. So before we go off to the thing there, we're gonna do this role quest. I could do it in sequence, because it is gonna unlock between the levels of 85 and 90. But like, if it's supposed to be happening roughly in tandem, I might as well just do it in steps. We'll see how this first one is. If it seems like something that I should do as soon as it unlocks, then I will. Have a little detour. Welcome to Gridania. It's been a hot minute since we've been in a new, or an old area. Blasphemy. Huntmaster. Our liaison at Radzatan sent word of your arrival, but I can still scarcely believe our luck. Are you truly here to help us bring this wicked blasphemy to heel? Yeah. And there is hope for us yet. I shall fetch the Elder Seeds here at once. She is leading the hunt, and I'm certain she'll be most eager to see you. Really? We're working with Connie? Oh, that's cool. Well, glad am I to welcome you in good health and good spirits, Carolyn. On behalf of all Gridania, allow me to thank you for rising to our defense yet again. You will forgive me for issuing further formalities, as time is of the essence. I shall share with you what little we know of this elusive scourge. Following the events in Thavner, we received a report that an unidentified man had fallen into fits on the road before transforming into a beast most foul. A blasphemy, we soon determined. Eyewitnesses to the subsequent attacks spoke of patterns on its skin reminiscent of heavy chains, and thus we have named it Gleipnir, for the creature of legend. It emerges from the brush without warning, bringing destruction and tragedy to those unfortunate enough to be near. Ere we can respond, it retreats into hiding, leaving no trace for us to follow. The elementals cry out for us to rid the forest of this wicked presence, and even if we tracked it to its lair, I fear besting the beast would be no simple matter. The wounds of Gleipnir's victims are tainted by corruption, and but conclude that the fiend's fangs, claws, and horns are all imbued with a powerful poison. The smallest scratch sends the afflicted into fits, and death soon follows. Mayhap you know of the creeping death? The effects of Gleipnir's foul poison bear more than a passing similarity to the symptoms of that deadly plague. It swept through the Twelveswood many years ago. Sick found their skin covered in chain-like patterns and spent their final moments in excruciating. It was long before I came to Gridania, but people still speak of it with dread. Is it true that the disease spared not a single fire? Very nearly, yes. Before the remainder were taken, we were able to devise a cure from the Glimshroom. Slow though it was, the scars of his tragedy then began to heal. Gleipnir threatens to reopen old wounds, I fear, yet despite the similarities between the blasphemy's corruption and the creeping death's marks, it is unclear how these two phenomena are related, if at all. Both conjury and white magic have failed to abate the poison's spread. To confront Gleipnir now would place our soldiers at risk of grievous injury. Forgive me, Elder Seeds here, but this appears to be urgent. I want to see what it looks like. What? Again? Gleipnir has struck once more in the North Shroud. The whalers came too late to see the beast themselves, but the man it attacked yet lives. They are bringing him to Fallgord Float as we speak. And we must meet them there. Will you accompany us, Carolyn? Aethelmare should be able to apprise us of the details upon our arrival. I want to see what this thing looks like. Does it have like a unique model, or is it just like a generic thing? This is very similar to the Cardinal Virtues, where it's just like each role quest has a special but similar thing that you're hunting down. But like, I'll take it. Interesting that you have to be level 85 to accept these quests though, so you can't just like hop in earlier on. I wonder if it's like one step every level or what. I can probably do at least 2. At being 87. Hello. Elder Seedseer, you honor us with your presence. I cannot thank you enough for coming all this way. Given the dire circumstances, I would not leave this to another. Where is the wounded man? Outside of the bobbing cork, being attended to by one of our healers. He's a capable healer, but I worry this is beyond his ability. I shall do all in my power to aid him. I in turn may have need of assistance as well. I ask that you stay close, both of you. Okay. He just threw a bed out here in the middle of this. This can't be good for his health. Anyway. He's a hardy soul, but I'm utterly at a loss. While I manage to heal his wounds, the poison lingers. I fear the worst is yet to come. When I removed his clothes for treatment, I recognized the chains. This is indeed the creeping death. Do not lose heart. I shall spare no effort. Rest for now. We may have need of your talents again ere. Chigos, man, Chigos, a bloody swarm of them. Came from the east. Oh, that came from the east gate. Chigos are known as carriers of the creeping death. Villagers are on edge. If they think the Vilekin harbingers of another plague, they may panic. Pray see to the Chigos. I shall remain here with the victim. Chigos are like giant mosquitoes, basically. Near Alder Springs, a whole swarm of them, like an army getting ready for war. Bringing the creeping death, like as not. Folk have been dropping dead with no rhyme or reason, and I'm not about to join them, no sir. Came running back, fast as my legs could carry me. Were you bitten? I will show you to a hearer, if so. Not a single hole that doesn't belong, you can be sure. You'd best do something about that swarm, though. Would that we could, but keeping the gate manned is our priority, and we have not the number to spare for a hunting party. By the time whaler reinforcements arrive, it may be too late. We'll deal with the Chicos. The one who calls the greater number owes the other a flagon of ale, eh? I commend your bravery. Godspeed, and don't get bitten. I mean, I'm not a hire, so I'll be fine. I wonder if, Pajal are susceptible to it, considering they start off as... Are they? Something I should be interacting with here? Oh. Oh wow, these do not look like the Chigos I am used to. These are just straight up like actual mosquitoes. Okay. Horrifying. Bad. Okay, dude. I want to see what this blasphemy looks like. Well, be praised. And you, I've come bearing a cure for the creeping death, but it's of little use against actual death. Aye, that's why I've come. I'd heard tell of a man suffering from uncommon pains at Fallgourd Float. Since an opportunity for philanthropy. Such a profit, I'll admit. But if what you say is true, his condition demands a much swifter pair of feet than mine. Could you bring the medicine to him in my stead? No need for payment this time, of course. saved my life, and one good turn deserves another. I only hope the cure works as well as purported. As for me, I'll be on my way, and give any vial can I spy a wide berth. Like, I want to see what the blasphemy looks like. That's what we're interested in. Wait, I can fly. I'm forgetting I can fly in these areas. Ah. Thank you for calling the Chigos. Alas, our patient's condition has yet to improve, and it's all we can do to keep him from succumbing to the poison. Have an apparent remedy from a mysterious merchant in the forest. I'm sure it's totally safe. I know this medicine. It was once used to treat the creeping death. Given his symptoms, it may well prove effective here. It works upon the body quite quickly, as I recall. Just hold on just a while longer, my friend. The medicine will soon relieve your pain. I don't... It hurts. Ah. Why? Is he gonna turn into a monster? Whoa! The man shrieks die in his throat as his body is racked by violent convulsions. He then falls still and quiet, as if his breath was snatched from his chest. Well, he did. Both have mercy. At the very least, his suffering is over. If we had been quicker to deliver the medicine, would he have lived? Nay, I think not. He was doomed from the moment the poison entered his blood. As will be others if we do not soon gain an understanding of our foe. Let this tragedy not be in vain, but serve as a lesson. The effects of Gleipnir's corruption resemble the creeping death. It is clear that the two share little else in common. Poison burns through the body more quickly than any disease. Too deadly is it to be borne by creatures so fragile as Chigos, or any other besides. Then that is one less possibility that people need fear. 'Tis a shame a life was lost, but this knowledge may help us ensure that others are not. Spread word, but do so with delicacy. In these troubled times, fear and despair can drive even the goodliest of souls to desperate ends. Gleipnir is the only blasphemy known to us in Gridania. For now, we must do our utmost to stop him from sowing further discord. Understood, Elder Seeds here. Give this man a proper burial before sharing what we've discovered. Ascertaining Gleipnir's whereabouts is still a primary concern. Let us return to the Adder's Nest, for information shall be our most reliable weapon ahead. There is no better place to acquire it. Gleipnir has been sighted in various locales, and though we are reviewing every report, we suspect most are erroneous. Fear has a way of making one jump at shadows. It will take some time before we have determined which reports merit a more involved investigation. Until then, I ask that you stay vigilant and keep your eyes peeled for any sign of the blasphemy. Oh. And I can indeed do the next one, because it is the next level. Hot damn. Okay. Well, before I do that, I am actually going to restart the local recording for the YouTube version of these videos. So if you're currently watching on Twitch, hang tight for a second. And if you're currently watching on YouTube, I will have links to the next video in the description and the end card and all that random crap. I don't do YouTube stuff very often, but I'll set it up, don't worry. Look at where you normally look for the next video links and you'll be good to go. So, thanks for hanging out. Hopefully see you in the next video. Bye-bye.